Hello, hello, hello. It's me, Belligerent Bex. I am back for Team Pennsylvania versus Team Indiana. Game. Oh, man. This Wi-Fi is fighting with me today. But that's all good. We'll be getting started in just a few minutes here. Hello. I'm back. Good to meet you.
So my order of operation is I go out, this is my first time I've ever altered, but I was told I go out, so I have to stop at the officials tables first and then I'll come to you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you. Convening with our amazing ref crew here to get our little routine down on what happens when we need the information on an official review. We are on track 2. This is game number 11. These teams are in the DECU bracket. Team Indiana beat Team Divergence this morning to be able to play Team Pennsylvania now, who are appearing for the first time in this tournament, with those higher seeded teams earning the bye. Although it's hardly a bye when these are all on the same day so far. We've had a ton of really close, excellent games today. We are a few minutes into the second half of Texas All-Stars, Team API Fury on track 3. And can't see the scoreboard from here, but that's Team New York versus Team Salam on track 1 with the whistles happening behind me. So pop around, but we should be getting started pretty soon. Give you some rosters while we're waiting. Team Pennsylvania is wearing the blue today. You see Team Indiana in the white. Team Pennsylvania roster goes like this: 00 D-Rex, 1018 Misery, 12 Zora, 131 Thunder Crusher, 2 Stark Raven, 24 Jalapeno, 25 Ally McHill, 282 Dash Ketchum, 36 Meanie, 387 Razzle Dazzle Basil, 420 Madhouse Mexi, 43 Bessie, 66 Riptide, 666 Lollyrot, 77 Rocky Galboa, 81 Veronica Getzberger, 83 Grittin Barrett, 99 Russian Bayou. I will tell you in a moment who's on the bench for them. When you have so many teams, you have so many rosters. Pennsylvania, I don't have coaches written down for them, so that explains that. And Team Indiana has number 00 Roulette Wheels, 0734 Higgs Bosom, 12 Rogue, 168 Shaun of the Dead, number 18 Smack, 205 Ricky Bobby, 214 Spinelli, 222 Bangs McCoy, 308 Sarge, 317 Kimbo Slicer, 39 Half Pint of Dynamite, 42 Schlitt Throat, 67 Huntress, 687 LC Hammer, 765 Batty, 80 Janet Skatehole, 807 Unraveled Chaos, and 89 Bon Appetit. Love that. Looks like we're going to be getting underway. We got skaters lined up, but the skating officials do not appear to be in place yet, so that gives me a moment to make sure I have all these rosters and everything else ready to go. Thank you again for joining us today. my home league just went on break, which means I got to get my nails again. And now I don't know how to use my computer anymore. So bear with me while I try to get these rosters down for you today. Just me and you, little people who live in my YouTube app on my phone. Did hear a rolling whistle, so I think we'll be off to the races, so to speak, pretty soon. And we are. Quick lead in our first jam there. That is for Zora. Roulette Wheels jamming for Team Indiana in the white. Still looking to complete that initial pass, one to beat. Takes a little offense from their teammate. Able to escape forcing that call off, but not before Team Pennsylvania's Zora put up a full 4 points. That is our first jam underway. Team Pennsylvania 4 to Team Indiana's 0. Back into action here with Jam 2. We got T-Rex jamming for Team Pennsylvania and Janet Skatehole on the line for Team Indiana. T-Rex with another quick lead there for Team Pennsylvania, whose defensive blockers have just not allowed Janet Skatehole any space. Finally getting pushed closer to the pivot line. T-Rex able to escape the pack for 4 points. We have a successful helmet cover pass, making Rogue your jammer of record for Team Indiana, forcing the call off, but another scoreless jam for Team Pennsylvania. That's 8 points, bringing us to 12-0. So many whistles in this room. Back into action here. We have Jalapeno with lead already for Team Pennsylvania in the dark blue. Spinelli, taking a late hit to the outside line there on turn 1. Did not catch who that blocker was, but I know that was unpleasant. And a great hit there by Jalapeno for a completed scoring pass. Looks like we have the Huntress. The pivot now is the jammer of record for Team Indiana. That's Huntress working against all 4 blockers in blue here. Right on turn 2. Getting drawn back by Stark Raven. $12 points up. Making sure that's not getting updated there for Team Pennsylvania brings our score to 24-0. Another scoreless jam. This first one in double digits. Whistle blows, and we have Bessie on the line for Team Pennsylvania up against Roulette Wheels for Team Indiana. So at least we're in Jam 4. Looks like both these teams going with a 3-jammer rotation. Bessie has lead. Roulette Wheels working against a tripod, a Pennsylvania tripod right by the pivot line. Bessie spinning along that inside line of the first apex for 4. Roulette Wheels has the helmet cover in hand. But the Indiana pivot also bunched up over there and does take the star pass. Oh. I don't know what they're doing, but it is tricky and confusing, which is always good. I don't know if it was an improper pass and they had to pass it back. Might have been. Regardless, we do now have a successful helmet cover pass for Team Indiana. Rogue now becoming a jammer of record for the second time. Bessie's got one to beat. Opting to call it off here before Team Indiana can put up any points. That is the second consecutive 12-0 jam for Team Pennsylvania. Bringing our score to 36-20. Sounds like an official timeout called on the track here. You already know it's a crash course timeout. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Training Club fitness app for just $1. I'm alone here, so you have to say it with me. Life is a contact sport. Win. Back into the action here. Zora getting drawn back there by those Team Indiana blockers. Up against Half Pint of Dynamite jamming for the first time for Team Indiana. Still no lead established, but Zora had one to beat. Lockdown lead there. Reapproaching the pack on the first straightaway. Bumping up against a couple of those Indiana blockers. It's Kimbo Slicer there, who's been giving Zora a little bit of trouble. I don't want to do a horrible thing. I don't want to commit a crime. But I have to say, not so many whistles this game. We saw a very busy penalty box. I am so sorry. I did not mean to, I promise. But Half Pint of Dynamite is now sitting in the Violet Spicy Design penalty box. Zora skating unopposed. It's about to do the Nick Castellanos home run call. I consider myself a man of faith, but that would be kind of insane. Call that jam. It's a 16-0 jam in favor of Team Pennsylvania, who choose there to strand Half Pint of Dynamite in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. Believe we're going to be looking at a clock stoppage. I might be wrong, though. No, perhaps not. We're back in business. Whistles all around this room. So we have D-Rex jamming unopposed for Team Pennsylvania with Half Pint of Dynamite standing in that penalty box. Great little bit of defense here for those Team Indiana blockers. We still don't have lead despite the power start in favor of Team Pennsylvania. Cut up on the inside, but D-Rex able to hop over that Indiana blocker's booty for lead status. We have a star pass and a knock to the inside. That helmet cover in the hand of Shauna the Dead. Four more up for D-Rex. They're completing their second scoring pass. Shaun of the Dead looking to complete the initial here, but getting moved backwards by that Team Pennsylvania tripod and getting drawn back after being pushed to the infield. Team Indiana blocker sitting in that penalty box. Jam called off there by Team Pennsylvania, bringing our score after an 18-0 jam to 70. Indiana still being held scoreless. We do have an official timeout. Another one of our crash course official timeouts. I see the officials seemingly looking for some kind of small object. So someone might have lost a nut or something else. If they did, the good news is that we do have an equipment sponsor. That's Modern Skate and Surf. Modern Skate and Surf is the best inventory of skate gear for sale in Michigan, and we also offer a place for our customers to show off their new gear. Our world-class skate park in Royal Oak was created to meet the needs of every skater, biker, inline skater, and scooter who walks through our doors. That is Modern Skate and Surf. Another big shout out to all of these sponsors who help make this happen. I imagine whatever small item was lost has now been found because they're not looking for it anymore. If you're just joining us, I am Belligerent Bex. We are about 10 minutes into this matchup between Team Pennsylvania and Team Indiana. We're on track to Game 11. Team Indiana earned their spot here when they won their game first thing this morning against Team Divergence. That was early this morning too. That was at 9:45. They played on track 3. Won 160 to Team Divergence's 68. We've had a ton of close games. Track 3 had a nail biter in their second game on that track with Skatanic Temple beating Team Wisconsin by only 7 points. We have our first lead jammer status of this game for Team Indiana going to Janet Skatehole. Jalapeno about a half track's distance behind, returning to the track at the same time as that Team Indiana blocker wearing number 42. That's going to be Schlitt-Throw. First points on the board for Team Indiana. Huge smile on Janet Skatehole's face. That's going to be 4 points and did not allow Team Pennsylvania to score. I know that feels good. There are many roller derby games in this sport that maybe won't turn out to be close games like the ones I was just talking about. But there is something so special and so fun about the way that a roller derby audience will cheer for an underdog team's jammer when they get lead and when they score points. It blows up the place just as much as one of those games that gets decided in the final jam. And we are still waiting for lead status to be awarded, and it is second lead in the row here for Team Indiana. That's Ricky Bobby with lead. Bessie's still looking for freedom, getting drawn all the way back. Ricky Bobby picking up an easy 4 there. Working against 2 very strong Team Pennsylvania blockers. Right here in turn 1. And I do not think that Bessie has completed an initial pass. And nice job there by Ricky Bobby pushing those blockers out of play to put up 4 more. It'll be interesting to see here what Team Indiana decides to do. We do have a little bit of space here. And hits that pack. I know that they snuck those hips around. Should be a few more up there. 9-0 jam for Team Indiana. First multi-pass jam for Team Indiana. Second lead in a row. Second time in a row holding Team Pennsylvania scoreless. The first 10 or so minutes of this game were dominated by Team Pennsylvania's jammers getting out, getting lead quick, and disrupting the attempts to pass the helmet cover that were being made by Team Indiana. Team Indiana having a solid 2 jams in a row, and we do have lead assist to Zora, but Baddie's out, not too far behind. Zora's going to have time here to try to get some quick points and call it. A little bit of help from friends. That pack is moving so fast. Ooh. Puts up all 4. 4-0 jam by Team Pennsylvania. So we had a couple higher scoring jams there earlier in this first half by Team Pennsylvania. We'll see. Then we had a couple jams in a row where Team Pennsylvania was held scoreless. Now we'll see if we start trending towards some shorter jams. I mean, it's only been less than a half of a half. We got 16 minutes and change left on the clock here in this first half. We have another lead. That's for Sarge, Team Indiana, but D-Rex out for Team Pennsylvania and just chasing. These jammers are sprinting and this pack is moving fast. They decide to stop it up there right before the jam line on turn 4. Jam called. No points scored. Team Indiana deciding to use that lead to not let Team Pennsylvania put up any more points. I haven't noticed a lot of these jams starting with these skaters all up at the pivot line. Five seconds called. Jam timer. Does look like both these packs opting to give these jammers a little bit of space. Pack spread out here. No pack call. Jalapeno pushing hard on those. Ooh. Does Indiana. Uh-oh. Looks like we have an equipment issue here for Jalapeno. Roulette Wheels does have lead. Does have lead here, and Jalapeno sitting on the side of the track trying to figure out. Looks like it might be an axle issue. Look to me, yeah, like those wheels are on there crooked. That sucks. But once again, we do have our Modern Skate and Surf equipment sponsor getting things fixed up for us here. So we don't have a penalty kill, but rather a crooked axle kill. That an equipment issue kill being attempted here by Team Pennsylvania's blockers. They're doing a fantastic job. They've been holding up Roulette Wheels, who, like I said, has lead, but is skating unopposed, with Jalapeno experiencing that equipment struggle right here, right in the front of your screen. And just really incredible blocking. Russian Bayou, wearing number 99 for Team Pennsylvania, has been holding Roulette Wheels one-on-one for half of this jam. Really impressive work. Roulette Wheels finding some freedom. Should be 4 points up. It is. We have 14 seconds left here. I do not think that Jalapeno is going to have this skate issue resolved in time for the 6 seconds that remain, which is a bummer. Pack moving real fast. Reaches its natural conclusion. No points there on that second pass, so that was a 4-0 jam in favor of Team Indiana. 17 points on the board for Indiana to Team Pennsylvania's 74. Hopefully that skate issue gets fixed up. Heading back into play in a moment. Bessie wearing the star for Team Pennsylvania. up against a jammer whose number I cannot see for Team Indiana. Neither jammer seeing much success yet. Both these walls pretty locked down. Looks like that is Smack, I believe, who passes the star over to Bangs McCoy, who's now your jammer of record for Team Indiana. Now coming up on the pack, forces the call off, looking to see if Bessie was able to sneak any in there. Does not appear to be so. Said this the last game, but from the dais, the points are being held up by the jam refs against this like weird, I don't know if it's visible on the stream or not, this like weird textured wall. And it just turns all their fingers into optical illusions. It was two up there for Team Pennsylvania, bringing the score to 76-17. Zora out with, real quick, lead for Team Pennsylvania, but Janet Skatehole, I was going to say not far behind, but headed to that Violet Spicy Designs penalty box on a cut track. Zora calls, opting to leave Janet Skatehole in that penalty box. Who's being joined now, I believe by one other blocker, and there's another Team Indiana blocker standing in the box. Team Pennsylvania now using their official review. So after the alt ref finds out what's going on and then talks to the scoreboard folks, they'll come tell me what's going on and I'll tell you. In the meantime, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our community partner, Our Space. The Our Space Foundation, OSF, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to enhancing culture, community, and wellness throughout Lansing and beyond. Their mission is to create spaces that celebrate diversity, amplify underrepresented voices, and foster connection through art, music, and cultural experiences. Through initiatives like 517 Juneteenth Weekend, 517 Hispanic Heritage Weekend, Yoga by the River, monthly A Night at the Soul Lounge, and more, the Our Space Foundation continues to build a stronger, more inclusive Lansing by investing in the cultural and creative economy, supporting wellness, and creating experiences that bring people together. While we wait to find out what's going on here, I'll tell you about their upcoming events, too. There's a basket raffle, and the proceeds will benefit Our Space 517. If you are coming here tomorrow, or you're coming here later today, you're already here listening to me elsewhere in this room, you can check out the baskets and buy tickets to win one of the prizes. The drawing will be Saturday, that's tomorrow, at 7 p.m., so you got plenty of time. And also, they'll be having 517 Hispanic Heritage Weekend, September 18th to 21st, 2025, all weekend long. Downtown Lansing will come alive with events featuring 70-plus vendors and food trucks, live music, luchador wrestling, a wellness and financial empowerment seminar, Latin dance class and mixer, and a soulful jazz night, activating the corridor with energy, pride, and culture. That sounds fantastic. So a huge shout out to our community partner for the weekend, Our Space 517. They sound awesome. I'm really enjoying reading that to y'all every game, hearing about what's going on here in Lansing. Been great hosts at this tournament. Ooh, I got alt ref coming to tell me what's going on. Thank you. All right, that official review that was used by Team Pennsylvania, they requested an illegal procedure called on the Team Indiana jammer for not immediately leaving the track. They did win that official review, and they will retain it. So I believe them will have Janet Skatehole serving an entire minute there in the Violet Spicy Design penalty box. So big opportunity here for Team Pennsylvania to keep building up that lead. We also do have the Team Indiana pivot sitting in that penalty box as well. Now returning to the track. That is Spinelli wearing that pivot helmet cover, headed back, joining the team, but an unfortunate series of events there for Team Indiana. But I will say, putting up some really good defense here. D-Rex has been a very powerful, agile jammer, putting up a lot of points thus far this game for Team Pennsylvania. And a minute into this jam, 12 points on the board for Team Pennsylvania. Janet Skatehole finally able to return to the track. Ooh! And D-Rex now headed to the Violet Spicy Design penalty box. So 40 seconds left on the jam clock here. We are going to have that full 2 minutes, giving Indiana a chance here to perhaps put some more points on the board. We do have D-Rex standing now in that penalty box. Was serving a forearm penalty. Headed back onto the track now. Spinelli, your jammer of record for Team Indiana. That was a 4 up. Scoring pass, looks like maybe 2 or 3 more. Or maybe it's a full 4 for Team Pennsylvania. 16-4 jam there in favor of Team Pennsylvania. All things considered, a pretty good outcome for Team Indiana considering how full the box was, the fact that their jammer served a 1-minute penalty, and then that they were just getting all around kind of mucked up there on the initial pass, but able to put up some points. And Team Pennsylvania just showing out. Their jammers have been really powerful. Their blockers have been doing a fantastic job of reforming, of playing offense when necessary. We got 9 minutes and change left. We're currently in Team Pennsylvania's first team timeout. That, of course, you already know, is a crash course team timeout. Life is contact sport win. But I will also tell you, Crash Course is presenting Derby in Paradise, which is a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. One of my favorite places. Visit ChrissyCrash.com for dates and details. You'll be hearing plenty of that because we're always going to have some clock stoppages. I just want to give a shout out as we get ready to return to play here. Bessie and Half Pint of Dynamite lined up on that Skatin' Not Hatin' jammer line. It's another one of our great sponsors this weekend. Bessie out with lead. Ooh, big hit to the inside there. Did not catch who laid that hit. We are going to call the jam to check on the Team Indiana skater. Please bear with us. All right, y'all. The down skater got up and skated back to the bench, so that's always good news. Another huge shout out to our medics who are taking care of all these skaters today. So we're back into action in just a moment here. Of course, a shout out to the fans of the sport who always show these skaters a lot of love when they're getting off the track after they called over the medic. We will be getting started here. Still awaiting to see it's Ricky Bobby on the line for Team Indiana, and that is Zora for Team Pennsylvania getting recycled all the way back. Looks like a full slate of blockers for both teams out on the track. Everybody's there. Zora, after getting drawn back, gets lead, and we have a successful star pass to Rogue on Team Indiana, who's about half a track behind Zora. See if they are able to sneak anything. The Team Pennsylvania jammers, when they have Team Indiana jammers behind them by a half track or a little less or a little bit more, have done a really great job of playing offense in a way that pushes the pack forward, and it makes it really hard for those Team Indiana jammers to pick up some speed to close that gap. So it's just really, heads up derby. Steve Rex with lead for Team Pennsylvania. Roulette wheels working on the pivot line over there, looking for a little freedom. And nice hit out there, but good track awareness. No pass, no penalty issued on D-Rex. Meanwhile, we have a successful star pass for Team Indiana to Spinelli. We are still in period one. This one's been, all the games I've worked so far, I've been like, this is going fast. We've had a bunch of clock stoppages for a variety of reasons. So not feeling as speedy as some of the other games. We've actually managed to keep mostly on schedule so far today. That will not, it's a fool's errand to try to keep it on schedule, but we do try. Well, we got 6 minutes and change left in this first half between Team Pennsylvania and Team Indiana, who are both in the DECU bracket. Team Pennsylvania ranked number 4, Team Indiana number 14. Tough break there. Batty for Team Indiana headed to the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. I don't know if there has been a lead assessed. That I missed while I was looking at these documents. It looks like a cut is about to be issued. I didn't even hear the whistle. That is true. So we got a jammer switcheroo. Big opportunity here for Team Indiana as Bessie headed to that penalty box for a track cut. I'm going to release Batty. Not going to be a ton of time served there because it looked like Batty was still seated. Headed back onto the track right here. Nice. Nice little run up that inside line on turn 2. We are going to go the full 2 minutes with both those jammers taking a seat. So we have about a minute left of this jam. Batty approaching the pack, puts up at least 1 point there, gets hit out. Hops back in with Bessie looking for points as well. Both these jammers caught up on turn 3. Both getting knocked to the inside line. And Batty headed again to that penalty box. Truck cat call. What if I just do all the penalties as spoonerisms now? Truck cat on Batty. But the Team Indiana defense here doing a great job of locking down Bessie, playing together, playing smart. Whole bunch of time there. We got the jam clock winding down, but I believe they held that 2-minute jam. Plenty of penalties. Really good defense. They hold Okay. I've never been so confused in my life. That's not true. I see 1 point on the scoreboard for Team Indiana and none for Team Pennsylvania. That math isn't squaring in my head, but I don't know anything. So we are at 106-22. Zora has been consistently getting lead super quickly every time they're out on the track. Whistles again. Zora looking to get 4 points, being held up here on the pivot line, past the pivot line. Takes advantage of that no-pack call. Big wind up there by Batty. Successful star pass. Oh, and a nice little bit of footwork by Bangs McCoy, who's now your jammer of record, for Team Indiana to complete the initial pass and force the call off. But not before Zora puts up another 8 points for Team Pennsylvania. That'll bring our score to 114-22 in favor of Team Pennsylvania. We got 3 minutes left here in this first half of Game 11 on track 2. Official timeout called here. That is a crash course timeout. You already know. Life is a contact sport. Win. Taking a look here. So, the winner of this game will play tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on track 1 against the winner of Game 12. Currently waiting to start on track 3. That's Team California versus Trans Rollers United, who beat Jewish Roller Derby this morning to end up in that game. So the winner here will play either Team California or Trans Rollers United tomorrow midday. And the losing team from this game I need to just study this bracket. There's so many teams here. Back in action after that clock stoppage, though, we have D-Rex. Oh no, the projector seems to have gotten knocked a little bit by somebody. But we have D-Rex jamming, and despite having gotten lead very quickly the whole time, we have Sarge out. Lead jammer for Team Indiana. Big roar from the crowd here. Got at least one. Looks like D-Rex out on the initial. Sarge calling it off. Holding Team Pennsylvania scoreless. Putting up, looks like 2 double horns in the air, so that's a 2-0 jam in favor of Team Indiana. We have an official review being called here by Team Indiana. Team Pennsylvania, as a reminder, still holding an official review after they were successful earlier in this half. So in just a few moments, we'll get some more information about what's going on. We got 1 minute and 59 seconds left on the clock in this first half of Game 11. And give a shout out to another one of our sponsors. It's Capital City Market. Capital City Market offers low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. We also feature a full grocery selection, including, y'all, I do not know what that big box store that starts with an M. I don't know how that's pronounced. I have barely spent time in the Midwest in my life, so forgive me. That thing. Somebody text me, if you have my number, if anyone's listening to me out there, the little people that live on my phone, tell me how to pronounce that. Anyway, that brand And national favorites you already love. Be sure to visit our in-store cafe. Skaters on Wheels are welcome. Check out the store across the street. The store is open daily from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So definitely check it out if you're here, if you'll be here over the weekend, if you are so lucky as to be joining us. That is Capital City Market, another one of our amazing sponsors of Skate Wars 2 here in Lansing, Michigan. I watched the sunset behind the Capitol building last night, and it was beautiful. I went to the hotel bar and gossiped with the bartender to find out if she gets any good tea from the legislative aides, which is my favorite personal hobby. She does. I'm not telling you what it is, though. Amazing hosts. Great tournament. Really, really super fun. 3 tracks of action. We just heard the first whistle over on track 3. That's the Team California Trans Rollers United game. Still waiting for the outcome. Looks like they have figured out the result. We should hear it in a moment here of that Team Indiana official review. And they put a few seconds back on the clock. So we have 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go. You're good. In this first half. Whistle blows. We're back in action. Thank you. All right, got the update from our alt ref here. Team Indiana was requesting an illegal contact. They said that the Team Pennsylvania jammer had gained speed from out of bounds. They lost that official review. They lost their challenge, and they will not retain that for this half. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Holly Pino, they're putting up a 4-0 jam, a 7-0 jam for Team Pennsylvania. Brings our score to 121-24. I did forget to inform you all when Team Pennsylvania passed the century mark, but that is, you guessed it, a chance to take a sip of your beverage. I got a Celsius and have not touched it, and now I'm going to have a sip of my lukewarm, probably flat Celsius, and I'm going to love every second of it. So I've called a few games so far today, and what's interesting is I believe I've seen now 3 successful official reviews, which if you've played Derby for a long time, you've watched, officiated a lot of Derby, you know that official reviews can be really hard to win. We don't have instant replay in roller derby, and we have a whole bunch of people moving very fast on skates who are watching the action. And so it's impressive. It's really impressive to see how many successful official reviews there have been. I have noticed they have been very frequently on skaters who are called on a penalty and do not leave the track quickly enough, which sucks if you're on the receiving end of, because all of a sudden you're sitting for a minute instead of 30 seconds. Not the case here. Period clock running out. Bessie comes out of nowhere, runs up that inside line. Rogue now your jammer of record. Bessie calling off the jam, but I think just in time with the period clock winding down. So we have a 10-minute intermission here. We are on track 2. The score at this moment is Team Pennsylvania 125 to Team Indiana with 24. Be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, we got Team California Trans Rollers United on track 3, or the New York All-Stars up against Slalom Roller Derby on track 1. I am Belligerent Bex. I will be here in the second half. So go take your bathroom break, and I'll be back with you soon. Hello. Back in action. This is Belligerent Bex heading into the second half of Team Pennsylvania versus Team Indiana. Score currently stands at 125 for Team Pennsylvania to 24 for Team Indiana. We have Zora in blue wearing the jammer helmet cover for Team Pennsylvania. Indiana team is wearing white, and Spinelli is jamming, held up there. Oop, took the hat off, able to speed up that outside line and complete the initial. We have Zora re-entering the pack. Do a little backwards hop on that first apex on the inside and call it off. That should be a 4-0 jam, and it is in favor of Team Pennsylvania. If you're just joining us, we are on track to Game 11. Team Indiana beat Divergence this morning to earn this spot in Game 11 versus Team Pennsylvania, who are playing for the first time this weekend. We had a really interesting first half. A bunch of clock stoppages, an equipment issue, some really exciting power jams. Crowd's getting amped up here. D-Rex grabbing quick lead there for Team Pennsylvania. We have Janet Skatehole, who's had a great game for Team Indiana, completing the initial pass. In the first half, Janet Skatehole got the first lead of the game for Team Indiana after a bunch of leads in a row for Team Pennsylvania, and it kind of got their energy up a ton, had a great jam. And then Indiana was able to get lead a few more times after that. And, of course, if you watch roller derby, you know when we have a score disparity, the crowd will lose their absolute mind when the underdog team in the scenario gets lead. That said, this is not a tremendously huge point differential by any standard. It is just over 100 points, which is not a huge difference in a roller derby game. Jalapeno just secured lead status for Team Pennsylvania, and we have a successful star pass from Ricky Bobby to Rogue on Team Indiana. Coming up to the pack. And I'll say the Indiana star passes have been super successful. They've been doing a great job of holding Team Pennsylvania to a single scoring pass. In this case, 3 points on the board for Team Pennsylvania, bringing the score to 136 to 24. Both these teams have been a blast to watch. It's been really physical game, interesting choices being made all around. A little bit of action here before the whistle blows, which is always fun. Half pint of dynamite on the line for Indiana and getting lead. We have Bessie, helmet cover in hand for Team Pennsylvania, working against that final Indiana blocker to complete the initial pass. Great job holding there by Roulette Wheels, who we saw jam a few times in the first half wearing the pivot helmet cover and doing a fantastic job of slowing down Bessie, but Bessie is able to find some freedom, put up 4. Half pint of dynamite lead status, still working against those Team Pennsylvania blockers. Pat in the butt. Not sure if that came in quick to hold. Team Pennsylvania 1 up there. 2, rather, up for Team Indiana. Team Pennsylvania got that first scoring pass, but nothing on the second one, so it's a 4-2 jam. For Team Pennsylvania, I like the idea of Team Indiana choosing to run the jams a little bit longer when they control the clock. We've got Zora on the line for Team Pennsylvania and Batty jamming for Team Indiana. Zora, throughout this game, has been getting lead almost immediately. Not so now. Not only was Zora fighting against a tough wall, but is now headed to the penalty box. That will be for And I don't know. Waiting for it to pop up here. So we do now have Batty skating unopposed. Ooh, taking a crazy hit. Oh, okay. Big hit there. That was, I believe, from Veronica Getzberger, who throws that shoulder into the jammer and then nods the head in agreement when called on what I can only assume is a clockwise. Very confusing moment on the track right now. We do have a lot of whistles in this room. It seems like maybe there was confusion because of whistles on the adjacent track. Not sure. Does look like that ends up being a scoreless jam, and we are in an official timeout, crash course official timeout. We do still have Sora in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. That was for a forearm early in that last jam. Clock still stopped here. I think just a little confusion all around. Looks like some of the coaches coming out to chat with the crew. So, oh, is Zora no longer in the... I apologize. I was wrong. No jammer in the penalty box for Team Pennsylvania. It looks like there is one blocker. That's going to be Veronica Getzberger sitting for... Maybe it was a forearm. What I thought was a direction. Might have been a forearm. Clock still stopped here. So we're talking about the penalty box. Let me tell you about its sponsor. That's Violet's Spicy Designs. We make shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much more that you want to say but can't. From fun and sarcastic to cute and clean, we have it all. We have all the customization for your derby needs. Tag all your clothes to show your derby pride. We have armbands, temporary arm number tattoos, and water bottle stickers. Come to us for all your derby needs. So shout out to Violet Spicy Designs for sponsoring the penalty box. It's always a good idea to sponsor a penalty box if you want your name read over and over again. But I also love that they're like a little provocative, a little spicy, because things get a little spicy and then you end up in the penalty box. Still an official timeout here. Officials chatting in the middle. Of course, that is a crash course official timeout. Crash course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Training Club fitness app for just $1. You know it. You know what I'm going to say? You guys know what I'm going to say. Life is a contact sport. Win. Definitely tons of clock stoppages. This game 11. We have skaters dancing on the track. Looks like the officials are getting ready to hit that rolling whistle to get us back into action. A big shout out to all of our officials this weekend, making this all happen. There is no roller derby without our skating and non-skating officials who are on the track for hours on end, trying to keep this game safe and fair. All right, and a quick lead out of the break there for Spinelli for Team Indiana, but D-Rex, just feet behind. We will see. I swear I just saw them both smiling at each other. D-Rex able to overtake there. Spinelli calling it off. I do think that it's kind of an intentional tactic that Team Pennsylvania has been using throughout this game to get that pack moving fast when there's not a ton of space between the two jammers. They seem to be winning that battle when the jammers are spaced out that way. Good effort all around, though. Both of these teams have not very frequently had their jammers be stuck in the pack for a long time. So really good offensive roller derby happening. Great defensive as well. but definitely an offensive game. You do tend to see these more offense-heavy games, especially the first day of a state team or a borderless team tournament like this one. A lot of these teams don't get a ton of time to practice together because they are spread around a state, or in the case of the borderless teams, the world. So it's fun to watch, but you definitely see, especially on the first day in the first games, you see a lot more flashy offense while the blockers learn to vibe together. Very loud also behind me right now with the very close TRU Team California game. Jalapeno with some flashy spinning for, I believe that was the initial for lead status. We're almost a full minute into this jam. And so what that was I did the announcer's curse on purpose to make really good defense. That's not really a curse, that's a blessing. Jam called off. 4-0 jam for Team Pennsylvania. Brings our score to 144-26. We got another clock stoppage. It's Team Pennsylvania using their official review. So once I get the update, I will share it with you all. Like I was saying, these skaters are spread out. Oh, wow. I'm looking at that Team California TRU score. TRU just had a 12-point jam to narrow the gap from 36 to 32. That's on in the first period on track 3. So you'll be able to check out the second half of that when this game is over. And it looks like the New York Salam game just ended. Anyway, so we got skaters here on Team Pennsylvania coming from Black Rose Rollers, Penn Jersey, Steel City, Harrisburg area roller derby, Bucksmont. Jalapenos from Bucksmont. Skinner, if you're watching this, to see your teammate. Hi. Oh, a bunch of folks on Bucksmont. Steel City again, Black Rose, Philly, Schuylkill County Scream Queens, Wilkes-Barre / Scranton. Hopefully I'm saying all these names right. I am an East Coaster originally, so I do kind of know my Pennsylvania towns. And on Team Indiana, we got folks from Naptown, Circle City, Cornfed, Bloomington, Lafayette, Southern Indiana Roller Derby, Demolition City, South Bend. Try not to repeat myself. But yeah, so it's pretty cool watching folks who maybe play against each other when they're with their home leagues. Maybe never met before this weekend. That's for sure happened in some cases. It's just a blast. And it is fun to see how these teams evolve over the course of the weekend as a lot of folks play together for the first time. Thank you. All right, ref. Skating away from me now. Just let me know that Team PA was requesting a track cut on the Team Indiana jammer. They did not retain the review. So Team Pennsylvania still has 2 timeouts, 2 clock stoppages. Oh, I was going to say it looked like Team Indiana Sarge might have secured lead there, but headed to the penalty box. That is going to be... That was on a forearm. And, oh, okay. Bessie picking up a track cut, so we're going to have a real quick jammer switcheroo. Sarge still has butt in seat, so that means Bessie will certainly serve fewer than 20 seconds. Big old drawback by these Team Pennsylvania blockers. Sarge re-enters the track. Bessie not far behind. Well, funny start to the jam. So we have 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and it's going to be a full 2 minutes with both of those jammers serving some time in the box. Bessie first through after emerging. Sarge working against a few of these Team Pennsylvania blockers. I believe that is Thunder Crusher, Misery, Veronica Getzberger, and Russian Bayou. Here in a failure to reform called on Russian Bayou. Bessie getting through for 4 more points. Looks like we have a blocker, 2 blockers in the box, rather, for Team Pennsylvania. Full slate? No. 1 blocker in the box. For Team Indiana, there was a star pass to Roulette Wheels, who's now getting drawn back. A little spread out. It was a thin pack there with a lot of folks heading to the box throughout that jam. That one ends up going 12-3 in favor of Team Pennsylvania. Our score is 156-29. We have 20 minutes left in the second half of this game. We're back in action. Zora returning to form with a quick lead. Ricky Bobby tied up here on the first term, holding the helmet cover for Team Indiana in hand, looking for some freedom on the inside, holding strong. That was an excellent start pass there to Rogue, who has taken plenty of those today. Forcing the call off there. That was a really great star pass, but Zora has just been unbelievable off the jammer line. Off the Skatin' Not Hatin' jammer line. Skatin' Not Hatin', by the way, our jammer line sponsor, has been around since 2014. Owned and operated by Javelin, who skates for Kalamazoo Roller Derby, Team Michigan, and coaches the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. This small shop has huge skate packages, protective gears, wheels, accessories, and full sublimation apparel. Big shout out to Skatin' Not Hatin' on the jam line sponsorship. We're back in action. D-Rex grabbing quick lead there in jam number 10 for Team Pennsylvania. Spinelli getting hit to the outside there, hopping in real quick, taking a little offensive help there from Bon Appetit. D-Rex through for 4 more. Big hit there. Hit to the outside. Spinelli by the Dash Ketchum, who's the Team Pennsylvania pivot. Looking to get that star pass to Huntress, who's wearing the pivot helmet cover for Team Indiana. D-Rex hits the back of that Indiana pack. Jukes to the outside, puts up 4 more. We're so far a little bit less than a minute into this jam. It's a 12-0 jam in favor of Team Pennsylvania. Team Indiana still working on that initial. I do hear a whistle in the pack. Not sure who it was assessed to. That's going to be on a Team Pennsylvania blocker. It's pack advantage here for Team Indiana. Still looking to complete the initial pass. The helmet cover was successfully passed to Huntress. Just getting drawn back to turn 4 by Dash Ketchum and Team Pennsylvania. D-Rex up against 2 final Indiana blockers. That's going to be Batty, who we've also seen jam, who was joined before by Higgs Bosom. Able to find that freedom on turn 2. I'll be now a 20-0 jam as the clock starts to run down. That whistle will blow now. Full 2-minute jam there. That, I believe, is our highest scoring jam of this game. Is 24 points up for D-Rex. Bringing our score to 184 for Team Pennsylvania to 29 for Team Indiana. Got about 16 and a half minutes left in the second half. Getting ready to get started here. I have seen a ton of these jam starts where everybody just rolls back. Smack, able to take advantage of that, gets lead for Team Indiana. I believe this might be the first time Smack has jammed, maybe the second. and takes up that space to secure lead. It's Thunder Crusher looking for the cut call, but I agreed with the refs on the no call there. We do have Jalapeno out on the initial. Smack choosing to call it off there, but puts up 4. It's a 4-0 jam in favor of Team Indiana. It was a nice little bit of taking advantage of that space that was created when those packs pushed those jammers back towards turn 4. It's really interesting. In this game and in the tournament overall, at least in the games that I've been watching, we've seen a lot of starts at the pivot line. We've also seen a lot of the starts that start at the jam line getting pushed back. So we're either taking space or giving a ton of space. Whistle starts the jam there. It's jam number 12 this half. We have Bessie on the line and roulette wheels. Bessie with a lead there for Team Pennsylvania. Whistle on the track. It's going to be to Allie McKill of Team Pennsylvania. Bessie through with 4 for Team Pennsylvania. Still working on an initial here is roulette wheels of Team Indiana. Looks like a successful start pass once again to Rogue, who's taken a lot of those helmet covers. This game has been a pivot a lot. We have another Team Pennsylvania blocker headed to the penalty box. It's pivot Razzle Dazzle Basil. So good opportunity here. Depleted Team Pennsylvania pack for Rogue, but they are just locked down. I believe Stark Raven on the track with Russian Bayou and Allie McKill there returning after a penalty. They're taking Rogue back on that recycle. And I will say it was a little bit out of my line of vision, but the Team Indiana blocker crew there just wasn't giving the Team Pennsylvania jammer any room to breathe. It was pretty impressive. A little bit of hold there. It was a long jam, and it goes 11-0 in favor of Team Pennsylvania. 13 minutes to go. We're at 195 for Team Pennsylvania and 33 for Team Indiana. Back into action here on Track 2. If you're just joining us, I am Belligerent Bex. This is Team Pennsylvania versus Team Indiana, and a quick lead once again for Zora, who's been fantastic. Quick off the line today. Ricky Bobby here, 1 to beat. Oh, nice. Good little bit of staying in against that last line of defense to complete the initial pass. Zora deciding. Ultimately looks to the bench and calls it off. 4-0 jam there for Team Pennsylvania. That brings our score to 199-233. That's going to be a Crash Course official timeout. Looking around the room while we have a break. Ooh, or do we not? Rolling whistle means we'll be back in action. Looks like a clear penalty box, which I shouldn't have said, to start this jam. Quick out of the pack once again is D-Rex. Batty's been doing it all. Ooh, my goodness gracious. Of course it was Russian Bayou. Laying down the pain. D-Rex through on a scoring pass. We did have a start pass to Huntress for Team Indiana. I have to say the offense that Team Indiana has played has been really impressive, but those Team Pennsylvania walls are borderline impenetrable, and when they're broken up they're back together in a second. We do have so a 203-33 score, but that score does not really tell the story of this game at all. Both teams have been really, really excellent. Oh, big hit there. That was Sarge from Team Indiana hitting Russian by, or was it Russian by? It might have been Misery, the pivot. Big nice hit though. That's what I'm talking about when I say these good offensive moments. Only 24 seconds left in this jam. D-Rex does have control of the clock. D-Rex already did have a jam earlier in this half that went the full 2 minutes, even though they had lead. So trying to replicate that here. Passes one more. Team Indiana blocker. I don't know if that was the natural conclusion or the call-off because I was looking in the wrong direction. Anyway, that is making sure that those points are reflected on the scoreboard. I believe that was a 16-0 jam in favor of Team Pennsylvania. D-Rex, certainly one of their higher scoring jammers of this game. Whistle blows. Jalapeno back wearing the star for Team Pennsylvania up against Smack. The last time Smack was out, did a really good job getting lead. Both of these jammers still looking for space. Ooh. Oh, that was fantastic. Smack with a great lead record. It looked like it could have been Jalapeno. They were both kind of tied up. There are not a ton of bodies on this track right now, I'll tell you that much. A lot of folks sitting in that penalty box. Both jammers out and eligible to score. Nice hit there. Bye. I didn't catch who it was. It's a little bit of a weird angle on the Team Pennsylvania numbers are not the most legible from distance. So that last hit was not a point. So that was a 3-0 jam for Team Indiana. Smack doing a really great job every time they're out there with the helmet cover, the jammer helmet cover on. It looks like more bodies on the track this time. I got an OPR just in the way of the penalty box, so I can't see. We got the Team Pennsylvania pivot returning to the track. That's going to be Allie McKill. Maybe just one more in the box. Looks like one standing. And we have Bessie on the line for Team Pennsylvania up against Half Pint of Dynamite for Team Indiana. Looks like the box is finally clear. We got Allie McKill, Dash Ketchum, Meanie, and Lolly Rott in the wall for Team Pennsylvania. Roulette Wheel, Spinelli, Huntress, and Unravel Chaos for Team Indiana. A little bit less than 7 minutes left in the second half of this game, which is the only one in play right now. It looks like we got halftime on track 3, Team California versus TRU, and we haven't started the next game yet on track 1, which will be Team Michigan versus Skatanic Temple. That jam is called off, and it is scoreless. Nothing. Nope, I lied. 3 in the air. I'm telling you, that pattern wall has killed me. 3 in the air for Team Pennsylvania. It's a 3-0 jam. 2:18-36 with 7 minutes to go. Whistle blows. Both packs back by the jammer line. Zora, once again, quick lead. That's Janet Skatehole completing the initial pass for Team Indiana, forcing the call off. Gonna see, it looks like maybe, 3. I think 3 up Yep, for Zora there. Team Pennsylvania, that's another 3-0 jam, second in a row. 2:21 to 36, 6 minutes to go. We've had a lot of longer jams this half. We've had a few 2-minute jams. We've had some shorties too, like that one. Past couple have been shorties. Looks like we have one Team Indiana skater in the penalty box, and that is it. I doubt it'll stay that way. A little spin move there by D-Rex to secure lead. Having a great game. So is Ricky Bobby. He's got 2 to go. Ricky Bobby has been having a lot of success with forcing the call off, either by completing the initial or a successful start pass. D-Rex with 1 to go. No pack call. Got Spinelli, Schlitthroat, Huntress, and Bon Appetit out for Team Indiana. Stark Raven, Allie McHill, Meanie, and Razzle Dazzle Basil. Very fun name to say on Team Pennsylvania. I'm watching the attempt be made. Looking for a start pass here. Team Pennsylvania doing a good job at keeping the Team Indiana pivot away from the jammer. So now Ricky Bobby 1 to beat. And it was the jammer. And someone is going to the penalty box, but I'm not clear who. So D-Rex there being the last blocker for Ricky Bobby to beat. Now going to look to pick up some, and I'm guessing call it off, but I don't know. We'll see. I was right. Call off there by D-Rex. 16-0 jam in favor of Team Pennsylvania. Bringing our score to 237 to 36. We got 4 minutes to go, so, well, a little bit more than 4 minutes, so we'll get a few more jams in here on track 2. Lead jammer assessed to Jalapeno. Team Pennsylvania. Smack is jamming for Team Indiana. I see the helmet cover in the hand. Getting hit out there by Grinnan Barrett from Team Pennsylvania. Joined on the track by Lolly Rot, Stark Raven, Dash Ketchum. Jalapeno working against these blockers from Team Indiana. Shaun of the Dead. Smack now. Bangs McCoy and Bon Appetit. Kimbo Slicer taking the helmet cover, becoming your jammer of record. And we do have a penalty called on Jalapeno, the Team Pennsylvania jammer. That was a cut track. So, ooh, and we got a helmet cover hanging out on the track. Looks like a stripe from here, though. Kimbo Slicer here with an opportunity to put up some points. Jamming unopposed. Jalapeno standing in the penalty box. So will be released imminently. We got 13 seconds left on the jam clock. And it's going to go the full 10 now that remain. Which will leave us with not so much time left. Oh my God, that pivot helmet cover on the track was making me nervous. All good though. Jam comes to its natural conclusion. 4-3 jam. 7-3 jam. 3 put up there by Team Indiana. 7 by Team Pennsylvania. That brings our score to 244 to 39. Team Pennsylvania leading with minute 45 seconds left. Looks like we have an official timeout, a crash course official timeout. Life is a contact sport. Win. Coming up next here on track 2, it's going to be Team Kansas up against MORD. I don't know how long of a break we'll get here. I doubt a very long one. It's supposed to start at 4:45 Eastern. Might happen, might not. We'll see. But that's what's up next. That is one of these brackets. The R2 bracket. That's what our next game is out of. MORD earlier this afternoon beating Team Maryland to secure their spot. And game 14 coming up next here on track 2 against Team Kansas. Higher rated or higher seeded team rather, meaning earn the bye. So a couple more of these teams either playing now or playing throughout the rest of the day have the fortune of playing for the first time in this tournament. I do think I remember. Let me pull up these scores here. Yeah, MORD, who are playing next because they won their game this afternoon against Team Maryland, they won 163 to 144. It was a close game. There have been some highlights. These are going to be fun to go back and watch. Team API Fury beat Team Ohio 118 to 116. At 9:30 this morning, that game started. Plenty of roller derby left to go. We got derby going until the late hours this evening and starting bright and early tomorrow. First game will start on track 1 at 9. That roll and whistle means we're out of our crash course clock stoppage. It's official timeout. We'll be headed back into action soon. Waiting for the scoreboard. I lied. Should be back pretty soon. I think that was our rolling whistle. Give a shout out while I can to another one of our amazing sponsors for the weekend is the Gillespie Group, specializing in the management, development, and reimagination of residential and commercial real estate properties. They credit quality people, a relentless creative spirit, and a passion for reinvention in their ability to leave a lasting impact on Michigan's landscape. Shout out to Gillespie Group and all of our sponsors. Now we are back into action. That is Bessie up the line. Quick lead there for Team Pennsylvania. We have Sarge with the jammer helmet cover, I believe, in hand there for Team Indiana. Still on that first straightaway, getting drawn back. Bessie through for 4. Sarge finding a little space here. Going to complete that initial pass, put the hat back on in order to be eligible for points scored. See. Bessie probably had a second there to sneak those points, but plays safe over Sorry. Puts up 2. I believe it's 2. Indeed, so that's a 6-0 jam for Team Pennsylvania. Nice even 250. Indiana sitting at 40 points. We have 57 seconds on the period clock, so this is probably going to be our last jam. Lead jammer status awarded to Zora from Team Pennsylvania, who has just been so quick out the gate. Ricky Bobby, one to beat and makes it for that completed initial pass. And great hit there with an attempted really straightaway jump. But Kimbo Slicer says no to Zora. Well, these jammers eligible to score points right now. We do have the period clock winding down now at 0. So whenever this jam ends, either if Zora calls it off or we have a minute and change left here on the period clock, that will be game. Another helmet cover just sitting on the floor. This has happened twice in the past couple jams. It's kind of funny. Whistle on the track. Both of these jammers are just fighting against these solid walls. Just like Kevin Costner's accent at the end of a movie. Indiana. Oh, Indiana doing a great job locking down Zora. His slit throat with just a fantastic hit. That whistle means that we are at the end of this game. Unofficial final score of 258 to 44. That's an 8-4 jam to end that. Great effort by both these teams. Super fun to watch. With this win secured, Team Pennsylvania will move on to play Game 27 at 12:30 tomorrow on track 1 against the winner of Team California versus Trans Rollers United, which is currently taking place on track 3. It's got the second half just started, 77 to 57 in favor of Team California. Our final score is 258 to 44. I have to pick an MVP, which is going to be tough because there were a lot of folks to choose from. Stay tuned for that. But thanks for joining us. I'm Belligerent Bex. I'll be right back here in a few minutes whenever we get started on this next game, which is going to be Team Kansas versus MORD. That will be set to start in about 5 minutes. I'm going to guess that these skaters will want a minute to get warmed up and that the crew will need a second to breathe and also get warmed up. So we'll be back when we're back. Do you have the things? I don't know if I ever got the things. I do. Okay. I don't know if my mic's still on, but if it is, Rogue coming away with the MVP from that game. Thanks for joining me. I'll see y'all soon.
Well, welcome, Derby citizens. We are here, and we have just started Team Kansas and MORD.
Ooh, hi, I'm Belligerent Bex, and we're watching roller derby.
I'm the king, and we already have a lead jammer out there.
Not just a lead, but a very fancy bit of lead earning. That would be steal for Team Kansas with that little 1 foot spin move. That was Uhura Beldeth able to complete the initial pass and force the call off.
2 points being scored. Right now, Team Kansas has 2. They are in blue. And MORD sitting right there with a goose egg. Very quick. They wanted to keep this game on track. And so we are going to jump right into it.
We sure that last game, which just finished up, which was Team Pennsylvania versus Team Indiana, felt like a long game. There were a bunch of clock stoppages. There was like equipment issue. It was just one of those with a lot of official reviews and some successful, which means you can retain your official review, which means the game goes longer.
K-Woo getting out around the outside with a nice little move around hips. Trying to now take the inside line. Nice bump. Picks up 4 quick points.
Keeping it going here with Gusia about a half track behind.
K-Wood gets through. I think she thought that the jam had been called because we have tracks right next to each other. So everybody slowed way down, but I think it actually benefited us. They've got 8 points now on the board to Kansas's 6.
That's their first 8 points up and our first lead change, which by law, I now have to take a sip of my drink, and so do you, wherever you are.
Oh, Lord, it's one of them games. Okay.
We're going to be hydrated. This does already seem like a great matchup. I believe Team Kansas's first time on the track.
It is.
Weekend. And
it looks like they've got a good energy behind them. Manny Petty is out as their lead jammer for Kansas.
With Izzy Astor jamming for MORD. They played not so long ago at just before 1 p.m. And they won their first game.
4 points.
This position.
4 points picked up by Manny Petty. It was going to be a foot race to the back of the pack, so they go ahead and call it off. Very smart call off, as you don't want to lose points this close of a game already. 10-8, 27 minutes left in the first half.
So some low scoring first couple of jams here, which is usually the sign of a well-matched game. Both jammers able to get out. You also see, I've said this in the past couple games I've talked about, but especially on the first day of a state team or borderless team tournament, you tend to see these really offensive matchups while packs learn to meld together. These people don't always practice together. Some of them have never met on some of these teams. So usually first day, first game, you see a lot of really close jammer matchups, while the more teamwork-focused roles take a little bit longer to get into place.
Uhura Beldeth, they're out as your lead jammer for MORD.
Second time on the track, putting up 4.
Yeah, there was a jammer penalty on Manny Petty at the end of that last jam. And so both jammers are now on the track.
Another lead change here. Mid-jam with a score of 12-10. Uhura Beldeth looking to keep that lead, I should say.
Manny Petty getting knocked out of bounds, drugged back, and they're going to have to go all the way back into corner number 4. Nice strong hit from offense to try and spring them, but they were unable to capitalize on it after they got knocked out.
Woo! A nice big hit there right at the apex. And does get that cut called there.
That's unfortunate.
Manny Petty, who did just get out of the box. I believe that was, I didn't see who it was with the big hit. And I am trying to open the penalty. All right. Listen, y'all, touch screens. The bane of my existence. We're team old school, this announcer crew.
Yeah.
We both like paper. I
Yeah.
want a piece of paper.
So basically, Manny Petty has picked up 2 cut tracks at the end of both of those jams. So Manny Petty's going to be out there one more time, starting in the penalty box. Another power jam benefiting MORD.
They are in white, and Cruella wearing the jammer helmet cover here. Oh no, that is K-Woo. I apologize. Got quick lead.
Wow, K-Woo pinballing off of all of those blockers in blue. Gets on the other side for 4 quick, easy points.
MORD looking to take advantage of this penalty start with Manny Petty returning to the track. Oh, nice hit there. Does it get called? Oh, and it gets called. That's a forearm assessed to K-Woo. I think that was on boobs. I couldn't tell. I also just wanted to say boobs.
Who doesn't want to talk about boobs?
I certainly do.
Okay.
I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you, boobs.
Nice little move by Manny Petty,
fantastic.
swinging around, picking up 4 points.
Coming out of the box mad and asking for some love from that Team Kansas crowd here.
Yeah, you know, I always love it when they want to hype up the crowd and they interact with the crowd. Nice offense being played to open up that inside line and make it a quick and easy step through.
K-Woo returning to the track now. I do believe, yes, we also have a MORD blocker returning to the track. So now I shouldn't say that. Full 10.
All 10 players?
Yeah.
The way the way the Derby gods intended it to be played.
Indeed. And they don't seem mad because I said it a few seconds ago and the curse hasn't hit yet. So we've pleased the Derby gods on this day.
All right. K-Woo making their way back around on a scoring pass. Both blockers stuck in the cluster of wall that is right now on that pivot line.
Defense starting to really lock down here. And after those bunch of short little jams at the beginning, short low-scoring jams, that is not what this was. That was a full 2 minutes. 2 jammer penalties. Awaiting the update to the scoreboard, but
There it is. I was going to call it myself, but no, it's 30-21.
15 up for MORD.
Yeah.
And 11 for Team Kansas. So double-digit jams across the board there.
Well, both jammers got the penalties. They had to go the full 2 minutes, but they definitely put their points up for it. Dizzy Astor out there for MORD, going up against BB Bombshell for Kansas. Dizzy Astor is out as your lead jammer. BB Bombshell having to skate over the top of one of their own blockers, having to jump over one of their blockers, and then getting knocked out of bounds. Out of play is called. Dizzy Astor has a free trip. 2 blockers got to disengage, and 4 points are put on the board for that effort.
Takes down the shusher on the way. Looking for 4 more. Gets knocked to the infield. A little bit of revenge from the shusher. I hear some whistles on the track, but I also hear whistles everywhere. That is the Team Kansas pivot headed to the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box.
Dizzy Astor is out once again with another 4 points. Blocker came crashing in, took him to the ground at top of the pivot line.
Forearm assessed to,
Wow,
that is Baby Buster.
Baby Buster. Yeah, picking up that forearm. Lots of penalties in this one jam here. A lot of people having a problem staying on the upright and on the track.
Big smile there from Wildside, the MORD pivot after just taking a little nap. A little nap in the middle of the track. But yeah, tons of whistles blowing.
Uh-huh.
Keeping that Violet Spicy penalty box
There's
rotating.
3 blockers right now from MORD in that Violet Spicy penalty box.
Not even a seat for everyone. Looks like we're headed to our first crash course time stoppage. The team timeout being called by Team Kansas.
Yep. Well, that's interesting. It looks like 43-25 right now is our score. 20 minutes left in this first half. Kansas came out very, very strong, and I was kind of excited. But they're, like I said, very, very penalty heavy here in the last few minutes, and I think that's affecting their ability to put more points up on the board.
And you have to wonder, too, MORD, of course, definitely probably more tired out of the two teams having played just a couple hours ago. But you can really build momentum. It was a close game, too. They won by, I think, fewer than 20 points. It was very close. And so do you start to build that momentum? Do you come out of it with increased energy? Do you come out of it with a clearer head now that you've already made your mistakes for the day? Do you start hearing the whistle different? Do you start seeing – because sometimes at tournaments you'll see kind of the same penalties called over and over again. So
you had a chance to work out the bugs, know what you need to fix next time, and then go out and execute. Yeah, and you got to wonder how it's also going to affect them as we get into the second half. 15 minutes left in the game, with Kansas being a little bit more fresh of a team at this point.
And as they start, we're only 10 minutes into this game, 20 minutes, 11 seconds on the period clock, so Kansas will start getting their groove too.
Woo! Woo!
There it is.
Wow, 2 swings and 2 misses.
Fantastic. A little bit of I will say these Kansas jammers have been a blast to watch. They're flashy. I love flashy. I love when people amp up the crowd. If you're a jammer, you should be a little flashy. If you're the kind of jammer that's doing spins and jumps and all that, look at the crowd and amp them up. That's what they want to see. That is steel. And they are out. I'm curious to see. Yeah, that looks like at least 2 fingers in the sky there. Okay. I'd see 2 also. So they were able to sneak in there and pick up a couple extra bonus points on that call-off. This just feels like a really well-matched game. Yeah. Team Kansas seeded for this tournament at number 7, hence their bye morning. But MORD at number 9. So the tournament gods shined down upon us and gave us one of those great matchups. Wow. We are prepped for an upset. And that is Kwoo. Oh, with a forearm. That's their second forearm. Yeah. I bet you they might be skating a little bit different. Kwoo is so effective as a jammer. So fantastic. So really powerful. So you start seeing jammers pick up that same kind of penalty we saw earlier. Manny Petty with a couple cut tracks. Now we have Kwoo with a couple forearms. This wall is so locked. Oh! That's such a nice move. So, interesting point, and I'm saying this because we're on the feed. They had a goat in the back. They had one of the opposing blockers. They were bridging, and they were trying to convince the person who was the bridge to come back because Pack was technically in the back. You can see it's a team that hasn't played together really before, so you have those experiences and know how each other plays. That's one of the most fun things about tournaments like this. Yeah. It's just watching folks figure it out, even if you get a couple practices in. 3 points being put up for Kansas, and that brings this game score to 45-32. 13 points now separating these two teams. I want to give I'll do this here in a minute. Dizzy Astor once out there again for MORD, and BB Bombshell again for Kansas. All right. Yeah, I thought they made it up, but they put that foot out of bounds, and they had to go back and start again. Dizzy Astor stuck on that inside line with an absolute grueling wall. Yeah, that 3-ball is very quick to lock down and very quick from Kansas to stop all momentum going forward. And you're seeing these packs are moving slowly. After 45 seconds, we finally have ourselves a lead. Dizzy Astor is out as your lead jammer. Both of these defenses just locking down. Pack split up.
BB
little
bomb.
bit of offense.
Woo!
Is that gonna earn a? Not gonna earn a call there. This
Yeah.
Corella hit to the infield. Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, wasn't that number 6?
I think that's. Is it Nova Klutz?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It's never worth it to get a penalty, but if the penalty gets your jammer out,
You know, sometimes you got to play the offense, and if you make a little unfortunate accident by going to the penalty box from it, but you get your jammer out, definitely
get your
worth it.
jammer out,
Yeah.
not the worst thing.
It's very hard to come out of a game clean on the other side. You know what I mean?
It is
Dizzy,
very hard.
Dizzy Aster with 1, 2. It was almost like a paceline drill. They need to get their wall together if they plan on stopping that scoring.
Jam comes to its natural conclusion there.
4 more points put on the board, and that was definitely what MORD needed.
We're looking at 53 for MORD, 32 for Team Kansas. Like I said, and that's not, in the sport of roller derby, that is not a big point differential at all. That is
No.
one jam.
That is one jam.
And I saw the biggest jam that I saw today was a 36-0 jam.
Wow.
So I'm hoping to find out what the biggest one in the tournament ends up being. We are back in action here. Looking at
The Shusher. Is that who that's who it is. Team Kansas has the Shusher out there.
Ooh,
They're in the penalty box.
we're rolling over each other here. Whistle, a confusion.
You heard a bell death is right down taking a knee. They're going to need some medical, someone to check them out. And we're going to have ourselves a quick break while somebody checks on this jammer. And while we're taking this break, I would like to talk about Don't Let Them Eat the Baby, Erica Van Stone's debut memoriala. Don't Let Them Eat the Baby tells the story of how women's roller derby televised a revolution. Van Stone weaves personal narratives with cultural journalism, bringing in many voices to make a case for women's sports in the community, and it's a cultural treasure. Don't Let Them Eat the Baby is told in a raw, unrelenting style by one of roller derby's architects. Now more than ever, the world needs a safe sports spaces like roller derby, a sports steeped in authenticity and belonging. In the debut memoriala, Van Stone shares why roller derby is the greatest sports never sold. Learn more about it. Don't Let Them Eat the Baby is a way, and all the ways you can basically support this by joining the Kickstart. Once again, check out Erica Van Stone's Don't Let Them Eat the Baby.
Getting back into action here. Another big shout out to our medics volunteering this weekend. Could not do it without them. Rolling whistle means we'll be back momentarily.
And we're back on.
Looks like
Sheesh from MORD. They are out.
sheesh. Taking advantage of that pack advantage, but we do have Manny Petty, just a few feet behind here, going to look to take some points.
Woo!
And able to do a wobbly little apex hop there.
I don't think.
I don't know how that was
what?
possible.
What? No.
No.
Unbelievable. That was such an amazing,
That was a
crazy.
clean, was that
I'm not gonna
Okay.
say anything. I mean, they could have, would have, should have, and there'd probably be an official review over it, or maybe not. But it was such an amazing jump because when they landed, basically multiple people hit them to keep them upright. I thought they were going down, but no.
No, that was crazy. There were new questions asked about physics there.
Yeah.
It was very.
Like I said, the ping pong effect on the other side, I think, is what kept them standing.
There's just some skaters who experience gravity different than the rest of us. That is an example of that. We're back. No official review
Nope.
used there, so we do have a power start for MORD.
Holy smokes.
That is going to be Dizzy Aster securing lead there. There are so many whistles.
Yeah, multiplayer block. That is going to send Nova Klutz over to the penalty box.
Manny Petty returning to the track.
And this jam is called. I think they were trying
interesting.
to ice the jammer
Yeah, I
in the
was
penalty
gonna
box
say.
for another jam. Where the jam line is and the penalty box, it almost isn't worth it because
Yeah.
that jammer comes out hot and ready to go when they have seconds left.
If you're held up and the jammer's not standing,
Yeah.
then maybe call it off. But Manny Petty still had a whole initial pass to work on there coming out of the box. So we have looks like a pack advantage here for MORD1 sitting in the box for Team Kansas. Nice.
Steele getting knocked out and taken back. Oh, Steele getting abused, but Steele finds a way to get through and is out on their initial pass.
Both of these teams have really fun jammers. The completion of the initial pass by K-Woo was on another one of those kind of topsy-turvy runs up the turn one there. Calls it off. Looking for fingers. I see, all right, 3 there. Is that 3? This paneled wall. That makes the optical illusion of the fingers.
It does. Gillespie Group specializes in management, development, and reimagination of the residential and commercial real estate properties. They credit quality people, a relentless creative spirit, and passion for re-innovation in their ability to leave lasting impact impacting Michigan landscape. That's Gillespie Group. Sheesh! Once again on the track, second time as jammer. Up that outside line and lead already.
That is Gusia jamming for Team Kansas. Good little bit of track awareness to keep going when they were knocked out by a blocker who they themselves then went out of bounds. Back to this pattern of short jams that we had seen early in the first half. We still got plenty of derby to go even in the first half, 10 minutes and 49 seconds ticking down.
Well, it's one of those nice hits that, they get in, get their points, call it off, hold the other team scoreless, basically dominating what the other team can do.
And it'll be interesting to see how that's navigated, where this score goes. I've seen some interesting strategic decisions today around clock management, but this early in the game, you're pretty much going to call off the jam when the other jammer can score. Fancy little bit of figure skating there.
Steele, absolutely amazing.
Steele has been, every time Steele has completed an initial pass, it's been on some insane, fancy, one-legged.
Serial killer picking up a forearm penalty. They're going to go to the penalty box.
Plugging into ends of different chargers here.
We've got a score of 36 for Kansas and 66 for MORD.
Feels like it's been pretty penalty heavy. The penalty sheet is not looking as crazy as I thought it would. I think they've just been really kind of significant, impactful penalties, not just jammer penalties, but a lot of the blocker penalties have come at the same time.
And they spread it around. So you're seeing like 1-1, 1-1, 2-2, 1-1. It's like binary with twos in it.
K-Woo. K-Woo's having a game. As long as we keep it clean. K-Woo's just a really powerful, agile jammer. We haven't seen a star pass in a while.
Yep, and then we just saw one, and very quickly, K-Woo calls it off.
Forcing that call off. Putting up 4 first, so we're at 70 for MORD to Team Kansas is 36. That score doesn't reflect what I'm watching at all, does it?
No. And right now, MORD is on a tear. They're getting out, getting lead. Their offense is flowing. Their defense is stopping the jammer long enough for them to get their jammer free and be in charge of this game.
And we will see. That first game for MORD certainly gave them that extra time to meld. And there we go with another lead.
Yep. And as you see right there, KC just got out. So, again, it's just they're getting out first and dominating and in control of the game.
And we'll see, too, with these jammers all kind of getting out close to each other, MORD generally getting out first, that's when the fatigue from the earlier game might set in, because you have these fresher Kansas jammers who are going to be able to make up that distance between them when they're both out of the pack.
Interesting enough, there was no point scored for MORD in that last jam, but 1 point picked up by Kansas.
Oh, it feels so good to sneak in that 1 point.
Especially to hold them scoreless.
I love to sneak a point. I love to not be a point when you just escape by a little bit, and I'm like, oh, it wasn't me. We are back.
That wasn't my set of hips. Oh.
Ooh, a knock to the outside there. That's going to let Steele grab lead in the least fancy way so far, since Steele has been doing crazy acrobatics every time, but lead nonetheless, and an impressive work through that MORD.
Yep, Steele is through, and they call it off.
Looks like we might have two. I think we have the MORD pivot and a blocker in that Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. So big opportunity here coming off a 4-0 jam for Team Kansas to take advantage of that pack advantage.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for Kansas to try and eke out a few more points with just under 7 minutes left in this first half.
If you are just joining us, we're watching Team Kansas and MORD on track 2, day 2 of Skate Wars with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in this first half. It's been a really fun game.
K-Woo getting taken out on the inside. Oh, my goodness. K-Woo leveling the blocker who just took them out and is out, but not your lead. Oh, and a cut track. BB Bombshell heading to the penalty box, and that is going to be a 2-minute jam now.
It is, and other than BB Bombshell, that penalty box is clear. So full slate here. K-Woo fighting against the last line of defense there from Team Kansas's wall. I believe that is Mini-Me, who is that last hit, but coming in looking for more. MORD losing their goat. They had a goat for a moment there.
I don't think that person be kept at his goat. They were very squirrely, and you're not going to hold them back.
I always end up with, if I'm playing, I'm like, how did I end up with this goat? And it's like, God. Like both jammers on the track.
Yeah.
K-Woo working against. Ooh,
BB Bombshell cap in hand, throws it over the back and gets it over to, is that?
I think it's.
Yes, Cecilia Payne.
20 seconds left to go. That's plenty of time for points. Whistle on the track, though. Who is that assessed to? That is going to a Kansas City blocker.
Dang. K-Woo. 16 points so far. 4 seconds left. She's going to wave her hands in the air like she just does not care.
Take her time. No need to enter that
if
back
I scored
again
16
with 4
points,
seconds.
yeah, 16 points is 16 points. I'd definitely care about that.
Big jam there. And 4 up for Team Kansas. Cecilia Payne able to grab those points before the jam came to its natural conclusion. Was that our second 2-minute jam?
I believe it is.
This is a fascinating game. A lot of penalties. A lot of very, very short jams. We got Gusia jamming for Team Kansas.
And sheesh for MORD.
Sheesh. But it's going to be Gusia out for lead.
It is. Oh, man, a big old pile up in corner number 1. Gusia gets through, does a nice little hop over the apex into corner 2 and calls it off.
Emphatically calls it off.
Hey, you know what? You know who sponsors this track? This is track 2 and Crash Course. They are a great sponsor. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become an MVP on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChristyCash.com for 1 month free trial of roller derby training fitness app for just $1. Life is a contact sport, and you should win.
All that will be left in my brain when everything else is gone is that ad read. We have a lead assessed to Dizzy Astor from MORD. Pinballing up on this first turn. And Steele looking for a little freedom, getting drawn way back there.
Oh, that was way too easy.
Cruella.
Yeah, Dizzy Astor untouched as they just skated around the top of the apex and the inside line. Kansas City's playing some really good offense, separating the walls, moving people out, but MORD is really good at getting back together and recycling. You move one blocker, and their next blocker is ready to take that place.
Taking a look at the league affiliations for these teams, you got a lot of different teams from both these states represented and some heavy hitters as well. For MORD, Fountain City, Kansas City Roller Warriors, Como Roller Derby, Fountain City, read that, arch rival. Gatekeepers, arch rival. Springfield. Just the casual USA Roller Derby name drop there for KWOO. And then looking over at, as we are in an official review, which is being called by, it looks like, Team Kansas. So when they figure that out, they'll come let us know what's going on. Kansas has a bunch of different Capital City Crushers, Fountain City Roller Derby, Kansas City Roller Warriors. Oh, we have teammates. That's hilarious.
So this official review, as well as Track 2, is brought to you by Crash Course. Crash Course Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. Visit ChristyCrash.com for dates and details.
There are, I'm now looking, a bunch of skaters on both these teams who play together in real life and are playing against each other today. So that's fun. That also explains this game a little bit to me. It has seemed like I don't want to say personal in a mean way, but you kind of tell these skaters know each other.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
obviously they do. They're
when
bordering
you're
states.
state to state next to each other, it's kind of like, yeah, you get to play each other quite a bit.
My Midwestern geography is lacking because they literally don't teach you that in New York. It's not that we're pretentious. They don't teach you geography where I'm from, okay? So I'm sorry. I did know that these two states border each other because they both have Kansas City.
Hey.
So there's my little, everything I know about geography I learned from being a sports fan. It's good for you.
Well, that official review was actually brought to you as just being a timeout. Because sometimes, they don't have it. They don't need to have a review anything. They just want to take a breath.
And we only have 1 minute and 48 seconds on the period clock, so why not? I would like to point out we do have a reverse score, 94-49.
Oh,
in favor
hey.
of MORD. So I'm gonna once again. I think that's one of the ones where you take a sip. It is now.
That should be almost a shot. That's almost shot worthy. All right. We got
Wild side headed to the penalty box, shaking their head the whole time. I've been there.
Yeah, that's the skate of disappointment. All right, we've got Gusia is finally out on their initial pass. KWOO is calling it off, and this jam is going to go ahead and come to an end. Hey, I'd like to thank Tom's Food Center. It's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocery store, providing you with your great selection and friendly service, while at the same time always looking for ways to make your dollar go faster. They're located in Portland, Michigan. I work in Portland, Michigan.
Wow.
I go there all the time. They got great donuts.
Donuts.
I love donuts.
I think that would cure me of everything.
Yeah.
Forever.
Pastries
I think a donut would make me infinite right now. Whoo! All right. Who is that?
Steal. That's Steal.
I thought it was Steal. Steal has a habit of getting lead in the most just like impressive ways. Beautiful.
I want to say, you know what? Okay, I say this about all the time. Don't scrub your speed when you're coming into the pack. You come in fast, you come in hot. You either hit that wall and shake them apart, or you pick a side. But you got to decide on that last second. You got to decide. Steele has this down.
Steele sees space where I don't.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Steele approach a wall and not touch anyone.
Mm-hmm.
A wall that I was sure was a wall. Those are some of my favorite jammers to watch.
And they just kind of come up and then they orbit, more or less. They do a partial orbit around this person. See you. Good night. We're gone.
Yeah.
And they stay in bounds, and it's amazing. All right, there's my commentary for the first half.
We're going into halftime here, 98 for MORD. Team Kansas, 53, off that little impressive bit of jamming from Steele. And we will be back soon. I am Belligerent Bex.
And I'm the King. Talk to you soon.
regardless.
And we're back. Regardless.
We're regardless. I tried to say cut track before in the last game, and I couldn't stop saying truck cat.
Truck cat.
I'm kind of into it.
It could have been like Love Shack or... God dang. I can't get her...
You know, Team New York All-Stars has a skater named, oh my God, Jerk Beefy. And I can't say it. My brain is like Borg Derby. We have a lead. We are back in action, by the way. Team Kansas versus MORD. Two similarly seeded teams, similar geographic teams. These skaters, some of them skate together, and they're on opposing teams now. And we have lead. We did start on a power start here. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And Steele.
Sure.
Just tearing it up right now.
Steele said defense?
Yeah.
Never seen it.
Oh, she sees it. They just have a way of scooting
Steele
past on
is-
one skate backwards.
MORD Wall now getting it together, figuring out the game, knocking Steele to the outside of turn 3. And we do have Kwu back on the track with the helmet cover in hand.
Steele is also in the pack, finds their way to the other side of it, picking up another 4-point pass.
Turning around, I feel like, okay, I didn't know if Steele was going to opt for some jammer on jammer violence for a second there.
Oh, very disappointed. Serial Killer gets a forearm penalty, shaking their head the whole way to the penalty box in disappointment.
The opposite we saw, I can't even remember who it was now, in the first half, one of the skaters lay down a hit and then nod, which is the opposite when you go, oops, yeah, I did do that. Sorry,
Yeah.
ref. And you look at them and go, yeah. Been there
That
too.
always cracks me up is the skate of disappointment where they're shaking their head, they're all, where you know you probably really did it.
Yeah. Usually no. I'm getting mad.
Nice tie wall at the pivot line, and a nice little scoot through. That's Uhura Beldeth.
We have Gusia jamming for Team Kansas, still held up in the wall here. MORD, 2 blockers to beat. I believe that's Cruella, and it was also Queen of Hearts, but Gusia out.
And that's a
and
good call off.
around.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good call off. That you're not going to beat that other jammer around, and even if you do, what really can you gain? Just stop, reset, get ready for the next one.
Early in the second half. Moving on to Jam 3. So with that many jams, I haven't noticed any significant adjustments yet. Hasn't been enough time, so we'll see. But
They started hot.
this has been a crazy game. And so it will be interesting now. MORD now they're playing their 4th period of roller derby today. Team Kansas a little fresher now getting to meld, but it is certainly anyone's game at this point.
BB Bombshell finding success in this jam as your lead jammer.
This pack is moving fast.
Yeah, Dizzy Asher is also out of the pack. BB Bombshell calls it off. Ooh, that I bet you what they might be talking about is that they skated out of bounds
I
think
thought
they were
that
calling it, but they were avoiding getting hit.
It looked like the first tap was on the track, but it certainly looked like a skating.
Yeah, they were talking, so I was like, they might have saw that too. However, I don't see anybody going to the penalty box, and
No.
I'm actually appreciate the no call.
I appreciate the no call. I definitely saw that the call off was initiated still on the track.
Manny Petty is out as your lead jammer already. They are sitting on 3 penalties so far. I'm hoping they can pull off a much cleaner second half.
Me too. Both of these jammers with Kwu out for MORD both had a few jammer penalties in the first half.
One
There
point.
we go. 1.
1.
Oh, and MORD, their last scoring jam, did cross the century mark. So I'm thankful for all these interesting score things because I keep failing to finish my energy drink. So century mark, take a sip.
You
I have
got
to
you
make
got a lot of
rules.
drinking spots. Okay.
Generally it's just a lead change or a tie. But
Lead
also
change.
century mark.
Century
I think
mark. Okay.
The palindrome score
That definitely should be one.
makes me thirsty.
Oh, yeah. All right. We've got Steele out there again, and as I say that, Steele again is your lead jammer.
Understand what Steele does to blockers is so confusing to my mind.
Wow.
See?
Okay.
That wasn't even a bean dip. That was like a whole different like Subway Surfer.
Yeah, Subway surfing and then laid their body into the hit to counter it and stay in bounds.
And really, it didn't even shake it off. It was like they never took a hit in the first place. There we go. And I believe that is Black Mamba, who was looking to hit Steele out before, wasn't able to the first time. This time said, I'm not letting you skate by me.
No. That's, again, just great skating by Steele. 8 points now on the board.
MORD Walls getting a little bit more split up the second half, a little bit pushed apart. Locked down pretty good now. Playing mad, too. They are sick of Steele cutting through them. And high fives on the track, everyone. I'm really enjoying this game.
Oh, yeah. It is a good game. 28 points separate these two teams. This is not an over and done with game. This is definitely a game.
It is definitely a game.
And remember, MORD already played, so it could be even more a game if fatigue does kick in.
I need the T on all the relationships between all these skaters too, knowing how many of them seem to be from the Kansas City area and know each other.
Dizzy Asher is
outside.
out as your lead jammer. Gushia right now stuck in the pack, and I say that and announcer curse. Naturally, they run to freedom.
I think that's an announcer blessing
Oh, okay.
in this case. You have freed the jammer with pure will.
4 points being picked up by Dizzy Asher.
4-0 jam there for MORD. I'm now just gripping the mic two-handed because I'm so excited by this game. This is very close. They've narrowed the gap there. Team Kansas had a good run of a few jams there to narrow that point differential to, 32. I've done math more than once today. I deserve a Nobel Prize. And 32 points, again, not a large differential by any means with 22 minutes left in this game.
Wow. K-Woo on the other side of the end, your lead jammer already. You said it earlier. That's a whew. You said it earlier where they seem to get out in the first 3 seconds of a jam, and that happens with a lot of these jammers that we're seeing that are very successful. Offense is being played, and they know how to get away from it.
Yeah, you have a lot of really high-level experienced skaters on these teams, and you can kind of see it play out. The strategies being used here, the choices being made in jam, just high sports IQ on the track.
K-Woo back in that pack. K-Woo looking to get to the other side. Oh, nice defense being played. Oh, but they couldn't get them all the way out.
MORD wall is locked down there. We do have a start pass successful to, I believe, the Shusher. Indeed.
The Shusher.
But a full minute and change.
Ooh, K-Woo going face down.
I heard the skin on concrete sliding noise, and I felt it in my own body.
You're having a traumatic feeling from it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can feel that happen. Okay.
Jam clock still going. The Shusher getting recycled back there by Wild Side of MORD. K-Woo. Gonna try to get a few more points up in the 10 seconds we have left in this jam.
Wow. Very
nice.
Yeah, there was a line of defense just basically gliding to get them out. Shusher was on their way back around.
Was that a call or the jam? It was either a call off or the jam. It was very close.
Yeah, it was very close. They were running it.
They were, and when you have a lead that is not substantial and you know you're matched well, at some point you start thinking about letting those jams run a little bit longer when you're in charge of them, taking that time away for Team Kansas to mount a comeback. There are 20 minutes left and 11 seconds, which is more than enough time for things to change. And just like that, Manny Petty out with lead for Team Kansas.
In the first 3 seconds. And, nope, they took the cap off, and they are finally on the other side. That is Uhura Bell Death.
Ooh. Bodies hitting the floor.
Oof.
Skaters headed to the penalty box.
4 points put on the board for Kansas with Manny Petty.
Manny Petty took a hard hit to the inside rather, a few moments ago. Oh, got mad about it though, and said, I'm not letting you hit me again.
Depleted 2-wall. I like them running this right now. They've got the jammer locked down. Yeah. They're saying to the opposing team, guess what? I can run it too. They got 51 seconds, and here we go. That's 16 points with that last pass that Manny Petty's put up. Explosive. Very explosive.
Is excited. I am excited. Team Kansas's wall here just locking down. It's Mini-Me, Miss B Haven, Triple B, and Cecilia Payne putting that hurting there on MORD's jammer, Uhura Belladeth.
Nice little tap out. I like the fact that they came in, paced it, and knocked the jammer out as soon as they got in legal hitting range.
11 seconds on the jam clock. Manny Petty definitely feeling that jam, but trying to grab those last points before it expires. Putting up.
This jam comes to an end. 1 point put up, so that is 21 points in that jam to 4. So that was actually not a bad little comeback. 25 points now separating these two teams.
See, and that's why MORD, that last jam, knew to run it long, because if you give a little bit of time, a lot can happen. So now 25 points separate these teams. MORD at 124, Team Kansas at 99.
So I think someone was going to call a official review, but I think they're going to talk about something that was seen on the track without having to do it, which I don't know how I feel about. But they went ahead and they called that official review to excuse me, official timeout to discuss some things as a ref crew.
Look at this. I love when it does that. It's catching up. You got it, buddy. Our scoreboard here on our announcing table. Fast forwarding through the whole game we just watched. This is very fun. Yeah, this does happen sometimes. You know, everyone kind of knows. I didn't catch anything that stuck out to me.
No.
I am not on the track. I'm all the way over here. But sometimes everyone kind of knows something weird might have happened, and we all have to figure it out. Always good for the refs to take a second also just to get a break, make sure they're all on the same page. Chatting now. We'll see if anything comes out of it. It's like a Renaissance image here. There's so much going on. We got to get that art but make it sports Instagram account, or sports but make it art, whichever it is, to start covering roller derby. Have you seen that? It's this person who puts like photos from professional sports, from all professional sports. They're brilliant, this person, and they put it next to like art that looks like it. It's so cool. I'll have to show it to you, but I feel like there would be great opportunities in derby.
I bet you there would be. So, hey, talking about great sports, Lansing Sports Commission is your resource for sports tournaments and events planning in Michigan's capital region. As a full-service sports commission, we will work on every aspect of your event as dedicated to its successes as you are. Location is in the heart of Michigan, the greater Lansing area, and conveniently, it is able to reach and easy for you to navigate. Our region is full of well-equipped lodging, first-rate athletic venues, entertainment options for the team, and much more. No size matters, and your sporting event is ready to get here and come to play. The LSC is ready to help you plan your next event. Once again, that's the Lansing Sports Commission.
Huge shout out to all of our sponsors. I also want to give a little shout out to all of our photographers, since we were just talking about pictures. We're so lucky that we have such an amazing crew of photographers in this sport. So talented. Nothing cooler than getting a great picture of yourself after you play a derby game. That doesn't happen to me, but that's not a photographer.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
That's a me
every
problem.
time, I was just talking to somebody about this. Every single time I get a picture of me in any derby picture, I have the biggest derp face you've ever seen. One lip's going one way, the other's going the other way. One eye's closed. I'm like, brr.
My tongue is always out. I have a great picture of me not hitting the jammer out from a game last weekend. You can see that the jammer is in bounds, and I had just completed a hit. I'm like, cool. I look cool, but also if you know anything about the sport, you can tell that I just failed at what I was trying to do.
I think the one time that I got mad about hitting I think the last time I got mad about a penalty, there was photo evidence that it did, in fact, commit the penalty. So, that's when I learned to shut the heck up and let the refs call the game, because they're probably right.
And they will, they do have the power to tell you that you're being such a jerk that you have to no longer be in the room. I got a warning on that recently, and then personally apologized to all the refs after. I wasn't being like a huge jerk, but I was not being good. I deserved the warning. I probably deserved. So I walked up and shook all their hands after, and I said, thanks for officiating. I'm really sorry. Like, my attitude was not great. And one of them goes, I have a piece of advice. You should learn how to control your face. And I said, I agree. I agree. I wish that was in my universe of possibility. We're still in this clock stoppage. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. We just saw some interesting things happen.
So, the refs, they are volunteers, and all of them learn different things, and they're continuing to evolve their game. And so, what I've always learned is that we can talk about rules, we can talk about things. I can go out and discuss something, but it's never worth it to go out and be a jerk to a ref.
No, it's always worth it to go out and buy a beer for a ref after a game. Or a tournament.
That is 110% an absolute.
And
buy
when
those
you were
refs a beer.
friends with the refs too, when you were nice to them, as you should be, they're volunteers. You get a little room there to say, hey, in that game you called today, I think that call that you made was wrong. And refs are normal people. If you're nice to them, they'll go, you know what, I think so. I'll think about that next time. We all want this sport to be played clean and safely and fun and correctly and all that. That was a long official timeout there. Still not really sure.
Well, that was Dizzy Astor getting out as your lead jammer very quickly.
Is Manny?
There are two blockers from Kansas.
Manny Petty's in the penalty box. So this was a power start.
Oh, interesting.
I have a world of questions about what happened in that.
I also see that Black Mamba has left, and so that is another question for a later time.
Yeah, we will try to get to the bottom or the top of that. Whoa! Manny Petty said.
Yeah, if you blink, you'll miss it. Manny Petty's already through and on their scoring pass.
It's always fun to see a jammer come out of the box and just clear the pack really quick. I know it feels good for those jammers. But that one goes 12-0. Not sure if it's completely updated. I believe so, in favor of MORD. So big jam there for MORD coming out of that extended break.
And this next jam is on. We've got K-Woo and Gusia. Gusia quickly getting knocked out of bounds. Comes in very quick. Oh, man.
Able to balance, stay in bounds there is Gusia getting lead. K-Woo obviously not planning on getting stuck for a long time, but has a full half track to go. Gusia calling it off.
Yep.
Took
a little bit slow of a
to
call
come
off,
through.
but yep, there was definitely a call off there.
And had plenty of room there to grab those points before Keiwoo even approached the pack. Good job there keeping the pack a little bit slower by those Kansas blockers to make sure that could happen.
Modern Skate and Surf has the best inventory of skates gear for sale in Michigan, and they also offer a place for our customers to show off their new gear. Our world-class skate park in Royal Oak was created to meet the needs of every skater, and so go check them out. That's Modern Skate and Surf.
Whoa. Everybody's spinning. Whistle on the... Someone's getting a forearm. Okay. We have... That is Serial Killer, blocker for Team Kansas, headed to the penalty box. I keep missing these jammer penalties. I don't know how I missed that.
But Sheesh is out as your lead.
Is that why the call-off was so slow? This game is confusing me. Because that was Gusia in the box, and we were saying it took a while for the jam to get called off. So I wonder if there's some miscommunication from the refs where Gusia was calling it off. Someone else had already started calling them on a penalty, and then so the jam got called off because the 4 whistles went.
This, I believe, is either a cut or a forearm. The ref had his back to me, but based on the position of his arms, I believe that was one of the 2 calls.
I keep forgetting.
All right, both the so
track cut, it looks like.
Okay. Sheesh is stuck behind a very strong Kansas wall in this power jam. They're trying to get a goat. Sheesh is going to go ahead and call it off and get some fresh legs out of there. Gusia standing in the penalty box.
Nobody in real trouble yet, but we do have a bunch of skaters all around the board with 4 penalties. But we have 14 minutes left in this game. It has been a little bit of a confusing second half, to be honest. Still a blast. We're getting a little bit of a crowd over here. Game on track 1 ended. Can't tell you the score because can't see the scoreboard.
Wow, very quickly. Dizzy Aster up the inside line once again. The offense being played once again is really, really good.
Gusia coming in for jam number 3 in a row because of those penalties. Dizzy Aster with 2 to beat. Multiplayer called on the Team Kansas pivot.
That's number 7. Cecilia Payne. It's going to be a high block. Wide open inside. Well, there's a depletion of blockers out there for Kansas. Makes it hard to stop that jammer.
We got the carousel turning here. That's going to be 3. Okay, one of the Kansas City blockers was just released from the box. So now we have 2 sitting.
So okay. The jammer was coming in, trying to get everybody to get up with the opposing blocker. Excuse me. Instead, they all separated out, forcing her to call off that jam. There was a point that was picked up, but they were able to pick up 8 MORDA points. So it worked.
1 up there for Team Kansas. A little cheer over there on the bench, but we are off. Steele out for Kansas, but Keiwoo with lead. Shook off a late hit there from none other than Boobs. Boobs on the track.
I love Boobs on the track.
Please just put Boobs out every jam. I just want to say Boobs.
All right. Well, with that, Steele is out and through.
I like this jammer matchup a lot.
Oh, Keiwoo and Steele?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different approaches to jamming. They're both amazing jammers. Keiwoo, kind of a really physical, pushy jammer, and also solid, the kind of jammer you try to hit out, and it's just impossible. Steele, one of those people that sees space where nobody else does. They're a blast. All the jammers this game have been fantastic, though.
Absolutely. Well, hey, the Capital City Market, something I want to talk about real quick because they're a cool place. They offer low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce, local Michigan-made products, and they also offer a full grocery section, including Meyer brands and national favorites. So go visit them in the in-store cafe. It's the Capital City Market, and it's right downtown.
Lots of whistles on the track again. Looks like a cut track assessed there to Knievel of MORD.
BB Bombshell taking one of the blockers down with them as they go. And finally, we have a nice stop on the track here in corner number 2 on BB Bombshell.
This is the first jam in quite a while where we haven't had a quick lead established. It does look like lead will be assessed to BB Bombshell of Team Kansas with Sheesh still in the pack. Hat in hand. I was looking for that hat. The pivot for MORD is going to be wild side. BB Bombshell.
Oh!
Another 4.
Okay, that was beautiful offense being played by Serial Killer to open up that outside. BB Bombshell had a cakewalk right on through there.
And took a last-minute hit, but was able to hop up on those toe stops and dance along the outside line to make sure that they were able to go back in. Ooh, big ol' hit there.
That was a big ol' hit. You nailed that. Man, I felt my teeth rattle on that.
Yeah, that hit my bones over here.
Yeah.
Didn't catch who that was. It might have been
All right, we got a timeout being called by Kansas City. You know, I want to talk about Violet Spicy Designs. They are right now the sponsor of our penalty box, who has had a lot of trips there. They make shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much, much more. And you can say whatever you want, but you can have a fun time with sarcastic and cute and clean designs. They have it all. They have customizable things for your derby needs. Tag all your clothes to show your derby pride. They also have armbands, temporary arm numbers, tattoos, water bottle stickers. All you got to do is go over there, check it out, and you definitely want to buy something from Violet's Spicy Designs.
Speaking of Violet Spicy Designs, we do have, I believe that's Sheesh, MORD's jammer, sitting in the penalty box. So we'll have coming out of this crash course team timeout, we're going to have a power start for Team Kansas. Looks like they put Manny Petty out on the line to do the honors. On the skatin' not hatin' Jan line, to be precise. Getting ready to return to play here. These clock stoppages, this has been a crazy game. It's confusing. It's like Kevin Costner's accent at the end of a movie. I really hope other people have been.
It is just like
that.
Kevin Costner's accent, as a matter of fact. I had no idea that it was so confusing like that. All right, Manny Petty is out there at the jam line trying to get around the outside. Blockers are hitting the floor. Manny Petty is not able to find the other side, though.
Yeah, MORD locking down here. Out of the box is Sheesh, who is able to get lead out of the box. I do see a forearm being called. I'm not sure on whomst. Oh, and it was on Sheesh, who's headed back to that spicy penalty box.
We're going to go the full 2 minutes, but I don't mind having Manny Petty in here coming into this Apex.
Manny Petty, who is likely glad to have this second chance. This game has been crazy with the penalties.
All right, that's 4 points put on the board.
Narrowing that differential. We still have 8 minutes left in this game. That is a lot of derby time. Manny Petty through the pack.
There's a wheel that went out of bounds.
I thought I saw that too, but it's hard to tell from over here.
And so did the ref. And we're going to have a jammer do-si-do as Sheesh comes right back in.
And
Manny
I think
Petty
is already up, so Manny Petty's gonna serve the full 30.
Uh-huh. So I had a premature do-si-do. Sorry about that. All right.
Is that a diagnosable condition?
We're getting chippy. Sorry about that. We've been on the bike way too long today.
It's Friday. Friday of a tournament's always crazy. Everyone's settling in. The tournament's just getting its feet. And then on top of it, a lot of volunteers can't arrive on Friday.
Yeah.
Due to capitalism. So the folks you do have, if you ever want to listen to announcers slowly lose their mind, try it on a Friday. Although Sunday evening is also a good shot.
All right. Wow, the jammer for Kansas City going all the way back to turn. Oh, my goodness.
There are whistles
Turn number
occurring
3.
everywhere.
That's one heck of a wind-up. I know people like to get their feet going, but heading back that far is amazing. We're going to have an official timeout. This official timeout is brought to you by Chrissy Crash.
To the thing again. Another clock stoppage here. Life is a contact sport win. Play that much. So our ref crew having a little chit-chat in the middle. 7 minutes on the clock. Take a look at what the outcome of this game will mean for these two teams. So we are in game 14. The winner of this game will play at noon tomorrow on track 3 against the winner of the Team Florida Black Diaspora matchup that's going to take place in about 5 minutes on track 1. And the losing team will be scrolled to, because we have so many games.
All right, this next jam is on. Gusha is out there. Gusha did that big running start, and they rolled back and stifled her progress. However, after doing a little dancing on that jam line, they finally found a way to get out to become your lead jammer.
I found it. I'll save it for later.
You heard a bell death, still stuck in the pack. Gusha has made their way around on their scoring pass. There is a 4-wall. Well, that was trying to shut them down. Gusha found a way to get out and picks up 4 points.
You know what's going to be a challenge that I just realized?
What's
we
that?
have to pick an MVP from this game.
Oh.
That's going to break my brain because this has been really, really impressive game. All around, every position, both teams. We have some real standout performances. The stat sheet's going to go crazy, too, because there have been a lot of penalties. There's been a lot of bodies on and off the track.
Well, that's another 8 points for Kansas. They've now got this back into a 28-point game.
Time for a handful more jams here, too. We do have about 5.5 minutes left on the period clock. We have Steal out against Kwoo, but Kwoo having a dominant day today. Gets lead.
Yeah,
Steele doing Steele things.
I agree with you. I love this matchup. Both of them have a different way of doing it. Steele very, very acrobatic in their design when they navigate a pack, whereas Kwoo is just kind of brutal.
Yeah, brute force, but very, sometimes you see less experienced or maybe not as talented jammers who have that kind of very physical, pushy, hitty kind of jamming, not paired with the sports IQ and vision of the pack that Kwoo has. Every hit that you see, you can see the calculation of why it was laid as such, and that's why Kwoo is so dominant. I also have not seen a forearm since those two that were assessed in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So able to reflect, able to switch up what we're doing to stay out of that penalty box. We have Dizzy Ouster with a very quick lead.
Very quickly.
Oh,
and
a very quick
cast pass. Yep. So BB Bombshell passed it off. Cecilia Payne now is your jammer for Kansas City.
Quick hit and call there. I see what looks like an amount of fingers in the air there. I see a fist.
No points being scored. Oh, I'm really surprised. Late hits happened, and no, I think there was friendly fire a little bit.
I did see a little friendly fire here. I guess it's all friendly fire when you're neighbors. Team timeout called by MORD. That is their first. Wow.
Wow.
That's their first team timeout. We still have plenty of Clock stoppages.
3:44. I don't know if I'd want to stop the clock right now, but
I think if I were MORD, I would want to keep this going. But it did look like they were maybe not settled in their line. Like it might have been one of those. We're not set enough.
Manny Petty's out on the track. Maybe you want to come up with a plan, but I don't see them talking to the blockers.
Maybe they just needed a second.
So yeah, sometimes you just need to chill out.
Especially when you have all 3 of your team timeouts and your official review still. Take it, why not? Maybe they just they're sad the game's going to be over in 3 minutes and 44 seconds. They're just trying to keep it going. That's how I feel.
So the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box, it looks like they do have some blockers from MORD.
Little hard to see here because with these blockers lined up on the pivot line, that means they are blocking our view from the dais.
And it's rude. I need to talk to these players out there.
What are you guys doing?
I know.
You're lining up before the jam starts.
And you're blocking my view of information that I need to share?
You're in a strategic position? How dare you? I don't know how many pivot line starts we've seen. It's all blending together for me.
Matty Petty comes in, hits that 2. Wow! Hits that 2 wall, but you hear a bell, death gets through.
That is pretty big at this stage in the game. It is still close. 33 points separate these teams, but
I did not expect that. With two blockers out there for MORD, I was thinking that would not happen.
I would think in that position they would continue to run it, especially with the lead and the clock winding down, but 3-0 jam there.
I probably would want a different jammer out there that you've had more success. Manny Petty is explosive. You don't want them to maybe a penalty to happen and them run up 20 points on you.
Yeah. I will say, I don't know if there's a better jammer. I don't know if there's anyone I wouldn't want to see any of them, is what I'm saying. I would not want any of them.
Oh, I could agree with that.
Jammers to get on the line. No matter what, you're like, ooh.
But Manny Petty's already had a 20-point jam in this game. I'd want someone who hasn't done that because I don't want to see it again. Being the opposing coach in my brain. That was my commentary.
But yeah, that is where
I would love to see it.
From.
I would be super excited. You'd hear me talk really, really loud in my microphone. But
it is now. It's this question. When you get lead and you're the leading team where you have a lead, but not an impossible to catch up to lead.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time left on the clock. Time management becomes this big question. And of course, it's also the first day of the tournament, right? Maybe MORD called that timeout before that we both were curious about because they already played today and they're going to have to play tomorrow no matter what. They're playing whoever wins. Both these teams will be matched up against the teams from Black Diaspora versus, I believe it's Team Florida tomorrow. So the winner of this game plays the winner of that game. The loser of this game plays the loser of that game. Both of those games are not in the evening tomorrow. So both of these teams will be playing earlier in the day. Want to conserve some energy here regardless of outcome. You want to go into all of your games looking to win.
Well, Cecilia Payton is out there for Kansas City. Gigi Astor out there for MORD. Multiplayer block being called. That's going to send a blocker from MORD to the penalty box.
Once again, a nice hit to the infield there by Ibella Virus, the Kansas City pivot. We do have lead assessed to Cecilia Payne, who I'm not sure that Cecilia Payne has started a jam as a jammer before.
No, she's taken the jammer cap. I don't think she has. This is probably her first jam out. Nice move outside, jumping to the end, finds an opening, and gets 4 easy points. And we have a power jam. Power jam, 2 blockers on the track. Holy smokes.
That is quite significant. This is exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah. Opportunities that arise. You do have. They got a goat in the back. Now, if they can hold on to that goat, that's a different story.
Right on the turn here. Of course, the faraway one. So a little hard to see, but it looks like Cecilia Payne up against 1 to go through for another 4.
There's 12. So far, they got 12.
You got Dizzy Aster was standing now.
Here comes the jammer
Returning
from
to
MORD. And they're still on their initial.
they're still on there. Okay.
So with a minute
Oh, man.
left, yeah. I was just going to say, you might want to put some fresh legs out there because that's how many? Oh, no more points? There
Yeah,
we go.
I'm not.
Did I miss what? How did I miss those points? Okay, so 12 points. So
12 points.
So it's a 24-point game then, with a 39. Excuse me, 20. What am I seeing? They're moving the
I'm
clock.
not doing. I won't. If you're trying to do math, I'm not helping. This is a close game with a period clock with 27 seconds and ticking down. Oh, and we have lead for Steel doing Steel stuff. K-Woo still stuck in that pack, but we have a Kansas skater headed to the penalty box. K-Woo still on the initial, but one to beat.
Serial killer picked up a forearm penalty.
Now it's interesting to see what we decide to do. So it's 169.
Calling it. They didn't.
Okay.
Okay. They're trying to signal a timeout. The time clock, I think, kind of ran out. I would go out there and raise a little ruckus.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. So that was a 2-0 jam. I was a little worried watching that period clock wind down about what was, or that jam clock rather, what was gonna happen. And now it is unclear. We do have on the scoreboard that the game is over, but it is an unofficial final score. So I'm gonna wait until they do the rolling whistle to say anything else.
That's what I'm going to wait for, too. I think they were trying to signal it. Everybody's still sitting.
Yeah, no one seems. I see MORD skaters looking like they're getting ready to take the track again with helmet covers in hand. Oh,
they are.
Yep. We're back.
Hey!
One second on the period clock.
Whoo! There you go. I was getting a little worried, folks.
That was a crazy jam. I was going to be so sad if it... Official review being used as a timeout. Thank you. Shout out to our refs.
All right, so now 22 points separate these teams.
We have no more than one jam left to be played. That was an interesting choice to call it there. I mean, I understand you want to do the timeout, and I know that K-Woo got through. This is where being a coach.
Dizzy Aster is going to be going up against Manny Petty.
These decisions are so crucial. I have a ton of respect for coaches in these kinds of high leverage games, but you have Dizzy Aster. We're going to see now, period clock out, what they decide to do.
Why? Yeah, I was just going to say,
Okay.
As soon as you got out, you should just call it.
Yeah.
And they did. They. There's no reason. You've got the lead. You've got the score. You let it go.
I suspect this unofficial score will not turn into another jam.
Well, that was an exciting game, especially as they come down to the end like that. I love to see games that are high energy, games that, it wasn't a runaway at any time. Well, there was a couple times where it did get a bigger division between the two, but they were able to break that down. It made it exciting for everybody to watch. That
was a really, really fun game. Final score is official. It's MORD 169, Team Kansas 147. So we have an upset. I want to take a look and see what other upsets we've had, but I will tell you what is on this track. Track 2 and next is going to be Team Divergence up against Jewish Roller Derby. I'm trying to decide if I've seen this matchup before. I feel like I have. Should be a blast, so stick around with us until then. We have to figure out an MVP.
Oh, my goodness. Well, out of everybody, I would have to probably say K-Woo.
K-Woo was great.
Unless K-Woo, Dizzy Aster had some good.
Dizzy Aster was great.
I
could see. I need to look at this.
There was some really, really good plays.
Really, really good. It was a great game.
I'm
not mad about K-Woo.
I'm gonna have to leave it up to you.
You know what it was too with K-Woo that I think is watching how they adjusted their game throughout the game.
Yeah.
Watching those 2 penalties that were killer not happen again. And I love to watch someone who obviously plays the mental game as much as the physical game. And so I agree with you.
All right. Well, you heard her here first. K-Woo, that is our MVP with an excellent play.
Awesome game, y'all. See you back in a few minutes for Jewish Roller Derby versus Team Divergence. Thanks for sticking around with us. My name is Belligerent Bex.
And I'm the King. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
I'm done.
like, you're going to be with Apple? Awesome. So I said hello.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. Sweet. All right. Are we live? Am I on? How can I tell?
We can't tell at all.
We
It's
can't
just
tell.
we just trust that we're not speaking into the ether.
Do we know that? Do I know? How do I know?
I think when...
I'm on. You can hear me? Hello. Welcome to Skate Wars. This is game... I don't know what game this is. It's many, many games. I'm Apple Corey, and with me
And
is...
I'm Cricket.
Hello. We will be calling tonight's game between Team Divergence and Jewish Roller Derby. So we've got about 15 seconds to Derby. I am going to absolutely whip through the roster for Team Divergence. They will be wearing white, and the skaters are Rose, Nick Vicious, Artemis, Mina Cat Scratch, Snuffy, Price, Bolt Action, Vicious Virus, Maya Prerogative, Slamwise Gamgee, Dajinya, Curb Stomp, Manta, Lieutenant Chan, Crash Bangacooch, Michiganster, Debbie Scary, and Buttercup. And for Team Jewish Roller Derby, we have Sonnet, Judith Smackabee, Latka Ness Monster, Kvetch, Oive, Lunatic Lovegood, Cutter, Coltrane, Sunny Days, Borscht Belt Bruiser, Chai Y'all, Demand a Beating, Schindler's Fist, Mazel Tough, Labia Minora, Bear Jew, Nicholas Rage, and Joliet Jane. So we will be starting in just a few moments. You want to share?
Oh, yes, please.
We're going to share.
I was thinking this was one for a second, but I was like, realized
Oh,
when
is
I
that
read.
the same one?
Oh, nope, that was different. I
Oh,
thought for a
that's
second.
different.
yeah.
Oh, okay. We're
Nope.
just getting rosters handed to us. So we are a new announcing team here, so bear with us as we iron out the kinks, but we're going to have lots of fun and
Woohoo!
tell you what's going on. I think this is better. I think this is easier. Oh, my
Ooh,
goodness.
it
So
looks like we're getting at it.
one challenge here is we can't actually see the jam line from here.
It could be a little
So
difficult.
It's going to be a little bit difficult, but we can see the scoreboard.
There's a little bit of a scrum that goes on over there. And they get a
Yeah.
little closer. We can see everything
Exactly.
and see people breaking away. And
exactly.
well, I can see those shiny helmets right there, though.
Yeah. yeah. So these are both borderless teams. So, interesting to see how they've gelled, how much they've played together, kind of where they're at on their unity and play. So we're going to get it started. Officials are doing official things. Our skating officials for this game are Wildside, Wanda, Generally Wong, Fally, Candyman, Madame, Tag, and Mac Attack. And non-skating officials are Robin Daggers, Principal Buttercup, Catastrophe, Nixer, Free the Biscuits, Big Tails, Misty Meaner, Little Awful Annie, and Apper Torture. So great lineup. Thank you to all of our medics, all of our volunteers, and we are ready to go. Oops, I touched it and it made a thing.
and it's I think it did it automatically.
Okay.
And I think as
Oh, my
always, the
goodness.
names are always awesome.
Yeah.
Especially these ones.
Yeah. So Jammer for Jewish Roller Derby is Nicholas Rage. Jammer for Divergence is Slamwise Gamgee. We do not yet have the 5-second arm up, but we shall in a moment, and we will tell you all about that. This is coincidentally the track that is using the classic whistles, so it may take us a moment to get adjusted to that whistle sound.
So what do you mean the classic whistles? It's like
So
regular.
there are two different tones. There's the Fox 40 and then there's the Fox Classic. And so these two tracks are using a different whistle tone than this track.
I did not know
to prevent
this.
Whistle bleed.
Knuckle
Yeah.
bump on that knowledge right there.
Yeah,
I
there you go.
appreciate that.
I might have the whistles backwards, but I know two are one and one's the other. I think the Fox 40 is the standard for Derby and the Fox Classic is the secondary whistle. I'm sure someone can tell me if I'm wrong.
And what about the new electronic version? Is there a?
I've never seen an electronic version for roller derby.
Oh, they have practice. They have one. They just push the button and it screams. And I almost feel like
we don't
I feel like
that.
they're getting robbed in
Not
a
a
bit.
fan. Not a
No.
fan. I'm a traditionalist.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have the 5 seconds up, and again, our jammers are Nicholas Rage for Jewish Roller Derby and Slamwise Gamgee
And
for
Slamwise.
Divergence. Out of the pack quickly.
And I'm very used to
And-
seeing Slamwise Gamgee's skate for Grand Raggedy.
All right. Slamwise calling it off very, very quickly. Nicholas Rage did not get up to the pack for a scoring pass. And we have points on the board, question mark? Well, we're getting there.
It's so
4 for Team Divergence, and Jewish Roller Derby is holding at 0.
you mentioned tradition, and I couldn't help with the Jewish Roller Derby. I hear tradition.
Exactly.
Tradition.
We can sing all the songs. So, Jam 2, we have Sunny Days as the Jewish Roller Derby jammer, and then Snuffy for Divergence. So, let's see what happens. All right,
Wow.
Sunny Days through very quickly, but Snuffy right on their tail.
Snuffy with a real strong game. Last game that their first game, I got a chance to announce it. Yeah, Snuffy powerhouse in the jammer
And the
box.
call off pre hitting the pack. It would appear that there are no points for either team, but we'll let the officials do their jobs. I do have some friends on the Jewish Roller Derby roster, so it's always fun to see your friends play and to talk about them.
Same as most definitely. Who do you know? I'm looking at Cutter right now.
Yeah, I know Cutter.
Oh.
And I know
Nice,
Lunatic Lovegood, and I know Sonnet.
Oh,
So
nice.
these are my buddies. So speaking of Jewish Roller Derby, Mazel Tov is out as lead jammer for Jewish Roller Derby. And our jammer, Crash Bangacooch, a little tough to get that one out,
As it was, yes.
appears to have taken the star off and handed to the pivot. So the Divergence pivot has taken the star. That is Rose. Not through the pack yet, fighting 2 blockers up front.
Very strong, those blockers, but wow. Awesome.
And
getting
Mazel
through.
Tov is also caught in a pack right on turn 1, having to recycle back, calling the jam. Cricket must be really smart because he's talking and filming. I can barely even talk, but we're gonna get there.
I was chewing a second ago, but it was too much.
All right, fair enough. So we're going into Jam 4. Score is now 7 for Jewish Roller Derby and 3 for Team Divergence. Your jammer is Sonnet for Jewish Roller Derby and Slamwise Gamgee for Divergence. All right, Sonnet through very quickly. Sonnet skates in Ann Arbor. Shout out to her and her mama, who are very, very dear friends of mine.
Ann Arbor, a strong team as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And Slamwise once again. Stays real true to the namesake. Slamwise gets those points and earns them really rough.
2 points for Jewish Roller Derby and no points up for Team Divergence. These have been very, very quick call-offs, very short jams. I feel like at the beginning, teams are kind of like settling in, figuring out their packs, all that.
Oh, and
But
being
they'll
like
get into a rhythm.
in today as a whole, yes, I definitely
Yeah,
agree.
absolutely. Jammer Schindler's Fist for Jewish Roller Derby and Snuffy
Love
for
it.
Divergence. Let's see. Oh, Snuffy
Great
almost
drive
through.
out.
Both jammers kind of trapped in the back, still really at the jam line between the jam and pivot lines.
Ooh,
Snuffy is
Oh,
called for a forearm, will be off the track, giving
it goes to the Violet Spicy Designs
yes.
penalty box.
Oh, I didn't know that was a name penalty box. Leaving Schindler's Fist as the only jammer on the track right now.
It's like Cutter jamming.
Oh, looks like a star pass.
Yes.
Yep, star pass to Cutter.
And
Pack bridging forward.
performs a quad burner as pushes forward and let free.
Jewish Roller Derby setting up for a little bit of offense, it appears, as Divergence walks back, comes back, rolls back in turn 3. Cutter coming through strong, falling a bit, but getting right back up. And
With a little bit of help of offense. But wow, the defensive stand right there.
Snuffy back on the track as well for Team Divergence, although not wearing the star. So you all know you do not score points if you do not show the star on your helmet. Cutter coming through
That
for
is-
another scoring pass asking her team to get in front, do some stuff, and calling. Oh, maybe not lead.
Did not have
I
lead.
guess was not lead. You know why?
Why is that?
Because they were the pivot.
Oh,
and took the star.
and
They
that is
received the star pass, so they are not lead. So this will be a 2-minute jam. We've got 14 seconds left in this jam. Snuffy coming through on a scoring pass.
And Cutter getting all that smoke, taking all that work and getting through it. Couple deep breaths. Hey, look at those stylish star caps right there.
Yeah, that was a very effective star pass. They picked up 12 points. Jewish Roller Derby picked up 12 points on that jam. Score is now 21. Jewish Roller Derby, 10 for Team Divergence.
A lot of action early on. I'm liking it.
Let's see. Jammers are Nicholas Rage for Jewish Roller Derby. And we shall find out momentarily.
Wow. Skates with a little bit of rage as well. Push, push. Number 9 gets through.
It appears that there is no jammer on the track. Oh, there is a jammer on the track for Divergence. Looks like
I believe that is that
number 69,
Crash?
Crash-a-bang Gooch. Little race on the front straightaway.
Oh, goodness.
Nicholas Rage coming through fast. Looking to get some points and call it, I would imagine, and hitting the pack. And there's the call off.
And that pack moving pretty quick for a sec.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was a fast pack. Game has been pretty clean so far. Not a lot of penalties that we've seen. We're at 10 for Team Divergence and 25 points for Jewish Roller Derby. Jewish Roller Derby is wearing blue and Team Divergence is wearing white.
Team Divergence, I bought some in the merch earlier. I'm just a sucker for a great logo. That brain shirt was pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, there's great stuff here. Nice vendor village.
Oh,
Many
it's
things to spend
great.
money on, Cricket.
I dropped
Many
too much.
things.
Many things.
Many
We had to get a massage on the way out.
Oh, boy. Oh, nice. Slamwise Gamgee for lead for Team Divergence. Coming through very quickly. And that is Mazel Tov. A little bit stuck.
Picked up pretty well by 112.
And Mazel Tov recycled back.
Was that 121?
Slamwise through another scoring pass. Mazel Tov has not yet gone on a scoring pass. Team Divergence picking up 4 points. Blockers setting up. Catching Slamwise on the back straightaway.
Dodging it, 318, doing good work, drawing back the jammer, and then reforming with the tripod. Ooh, cycling well. Divergence.
And Mazel Tov having some trouble getting through this strong blocking group from Team Divergence.
Mm-hmm.
Slamwise coming through on another scoring pass. Mazel Tov has not put up points as far as I can tell yet. Slamwise recycled back, kind of a clump on the back straightaway. 2 tripods. This is what we call jammer sadness. This is jammer sadness.
This is jammer sadness, but I love the sadness. Give me all those tears.
All those tears.
All the broken
tears
dreams.
Of jammers.
Yes. I will suck your energy.
Mazel Tov really trapped here. Perhaps looking for some kind of stuck in this rear blocking pair.
Mm-hmm.
As Slamwise gets up front. And this is a bit of a momentum change in the game.
Ooh.
Team Divergence putting up points and Jewish Roller Derby slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, all 4 players, all in one clump.
3 seconds left in this jam, and it does come to its natural conclusion with 12 points
They
put
were
up for Team Divergence.
14 actually. They just
Thank you. 14 just adjusted, and 4 points for Jewish Roller Derby. So
that
we
was
are
that was very nice.
We are at 29-24 in favor of Team Jewish Roller Derby. Team Divergence came back big last jam with Slamwise Gamgee. 24 points.
I think this is the first time I saw any skaters a little bit gassed today. Everyone's been so off the gate. Now this is their second game, of course, each team. Team Divergence actually never really skated before all that much. Well as I guess the Jewish team as well, but Team Divergence seeming to be gelling well since the last time I saw it.
Absolutely. Sonic Boom is lead for Team Jewish Roller Derby, and Snuffy appears to be still in the pack on the front straightaway. Sonnet through for another 4.
Great burst of speed by Sonic.
Not sure where the star is. I am looking for it right now for Team Divergence. Sonnet knocked out.
Quick pickup.
Trying to decide to go back. Hasn't gone back. It appears that Team Divergence 1977 has the star, and that would be Maya Prerogative. So, star pass successful for Team Divergence, and Sonnet recycled back and then calls it off.
Maya Prerogative, one-on-one, throws a move, gets free.
I don't think there's been a timeout yet. Really? I think we're just time is running. Penalties have been light. Maybe folks are thinking about what they're going to do after this game, getting some food, getting some drinks, getting some snacks.
That is exactly where I'm at.
Exactly, all the snacks. So gotta put the right eyes on again. Here we go. We have Schindler's Fist as the jammer for Jewish Roller Derby, and Crash Bangakooch as the Divergence jammer. Neither jammer has come through the pack. Neither jammer is lead yet.
The recovery by the Team Divergence on that tripod, nice. Saying absolutely no way to the jammer.
Still a tough fight to get lead.
Great bounce by Crash.
Oh my goodness, we are on. Oh no, Power Jam. Power Jam for Team Jewish Roller Derby and Schindler's Fist. Let's see if the team can capitalize. Pivot. Jewish Roller Derby pivot sent off. Schindler's Fist really, really struggling to get through this pack. They are the only jammer on the track right now. Hit out.
Ooh, stiff
back.
shoulder given.
Oopsie.
To
Penalties
Rose.
being called. Schindler's Fist recycling back. We are a minute 15 into this jam. There is a power jam, and still no lead has been called. Again, when you are a jammer, this is just so sad. Sadness.
This is the saddest. Ooh, and Crash found a crease. Pirouette, stays on her feet for a moment. Both hit the deck. Both skaters hit the deck, but back up and gone.
No lead is called still, and Schindler's Fist passing to the pivot. Successful star pass for Jewish Roller Derby.
Very athletic move. To get free, saw a crease way early on and decided to take it. And calls that jam. Still way close early on. Still super early on yet in the first half.
I believe we may have a timeout this time. The officials are speaking, doing official things.
Little official conference. Well, while they're having a little conference, we're going to talk about the Violence Spicy Designs penalty box. They make T-shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much more you want to say, but from fun and sarcastic, cute and clean, they have it all. They have the customization for your derby needs. Tag all your clothes to show your derby pride. We have armbands, temporary arm number tattoos, and water bottle stickers. Come to us for all of your derby needs. And I actually have purchased a few items from Violent Spicy Designs because I like my spicy T-shirts.
Yeah, you got some spicy T-shirts.
That's a spicy. I have a spicy shirt. Yeah.
You don't see this gentleman next to me, but let me just say, he's kind of styling right now.
Well, thank
got
you so
a
much.
Two-piece suit. He's got a vest. He's got kind of a tropical sort of fitted shirt. Thank goodness we are not on television because it's been a long darn week.
Yes, but I can appreciate
rocking the beanie and just trying to get through.
Oh, you're looking good, Apple. It's all good.
It's all gonna be fine. So play Play seems to be starting again. We do have some officials skating places and telling us things. Maybe we'll get some information shortly. But we are back with Jam, let's see. This will be the start of Jam 10. We are at Team Divergence with 28 points and Jewish Roller Derby at 36 points. We're about halfway through this first period.
Wow, what
And
a quick
that
burst there.
is Slamwise Gamgee for Team Divergence, taking a very quick lead.
Very
And
firm
Nicholas
hit there,
Rage
6:13.
just getting out of the pack.
Woo.
Who was that?
I think that was, Divergence 318. Dodging ya. 318 dodging ya. I've watched last match too that they had, and she was a problem. Problem for the other squad.
Team Divergence picking up 4 points and Jewish Roller Derby 0. So we are very close to a tie game. 32 points for Team Divergence, 36 for Jewish Roller Derby.
I love a close bout.
I know. Snuffy
Mhm.
will be the jammer for Divergence, wearing white. And we have Sunny Days in blue for Jewish Roller Derby.
Ah, sunny days, reminiscent of the day as
Sunny
well.
days.
Love that.
Yeah, it's been beautiful weather
Yes,
here.
it has.
in-
The heat turned off.
I know. So
Instantly.
nice, right?
Yes, for once. Maybe it's just my seasoned age, but yes, I was happy for it to turn off.
I know. Isn't that great? Sunny Days through for lead for Jewish Roller Derby. And Snuffy coming back through on a scoring pass.
Ooh,
Oh,
uncontested through
nice.
the inside. Snuffy, strong skater, likes to get the contact, bump and run sort of skater.
Of course,
But if you get opening like those that are provided by your blockers,
yes, and it does appear that Jewish Roller Derby still has 2 blockers in the box. So they were down 2 and maybe 3, and I believe their pivot is still sitting and another blocker is standing. So it looks like pack advantage for Team Divergence. A little bit hard to see across the rink, but let's count blockers. How many white blockers are there?
we have
there are
4. Yeah, all 4 are in.
Yep, and only 2 blue blockers. So we've got Crash Bangacooch as jammer for Team Divergence. And back to Sonnet for Jewish Roller Derby.
Wow.
Sonnet stuck behind. Nice hit.
Coltrane, good in the D there, holding Crash at bay.
Sonnet recycling back, but also is the only jammer on the track as Divergence has gone to the penalty box with a jammer penalty and a blocker penalty. So Sonnet has gained lead. Jewish Roller Derby now full strength with blockers, and Sonnet is coming through on a scoring pass. Nice little skip up the inside line, 4 points.
Apple, if you could help me out, I see the coach in front of us doing the pop and bottle sort of motion.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that refer to?
So this is a power jam.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so
Pop
much.
and bottle power jam. It's kind of like pistons.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, it keeping
power
going.
Jam, like power
Ah.
power. Absolutely.
Thank you so
And this
much.
is keep it running, keep it running, keep it running. And usually, often teams will use like one finger pointing for like a hit it and quit it, like get one and call it.
Okay.
But usually this is run it, run it, run it in a circular motion and power jam, power jam, power jam.
Admittedly, in my new skating
How long have you
experience,
been skating cricket?
Mm,
Oh,
well, about 2
3
years
days.
now.
3
Yeah.
days. yeah.
About 2 years now, and I always forget to even see the coach. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I hear the screams. Call it!
Yeah.
Call it!
So we're at 51 points for Jewish Roller Derby and 40 points for Team Divergence. Looks like Slamwise Gamgee has gotten lead for Divergence.
An awesome mix of power, quickness, and finesse by Slamwise. Hard to
Yes.
stop. Look at that.
Yep. And Mazel Tov is stuck behind some blockers.
Good
Still
stick.
close to the jam line. Not having a ton of success right now. Appears that they may have pulled the star as Slamwise Gamgee comes through on another strong scoring pass. And I believe we may
Whoa.
have a lead change. The star has been passed to Jewish roller derby number 8-9, Bear Jew. And the call off before any points are scored.
Mina Cat Scratch and Lieutenant Jan out there blocking, causing problems offensively, blocking for the Jewish squad.
No, Team Divergence.
Or Team Divergence, my bad.
Oh, causing problems for the Jewish
causing
roller derby.
problems,
Yes.
Placing 2 of their players on the pavement in that last jam.
And we do have a 1-point game right now. Team Divergence is sitting at 50 points.
Ooh.
Jewish roller derby 51. 10 minutes left in this half. So we've got new jammers on the field. We've got Snuffy for Team Divergence and Nicholas Rage.
Nicholas Rage, wonderful.
Skipping through, but called on a track cut.
Oh.
Nicholas Rage will report to the penalty box.
I'm never one to argue with the refs, but excuse me.
Leaving Snuffy on the track as the only jammer.
Snuffy.
Lead is called for Snuffy. It did appear that Nicholas Rage received that penalty just as lead was being called, so lead was not completed. So Snuffy is the lead jammer with Nicholas Rage in the penalty box currently.
Great drive out to put Snuffy back. But
right through, right?
But Cutter tries the track. Still, Snuffy gets through.
Team Divergence ahead, I believe, for the first time in the game. Scoring some points, taking advantage of this penalty.
Snuffy so quick with the great balance.
Nicholas Rage is back on the track for Jewish roller derby, trying to get some points, but the smart call off by Team Divergence. Now 58-51 in favor of Team Divergence.
Wow, 2 quick 10-point jams by
Up
Team Divergence.
60-51.
Yeah, putting them up by 9 points very quickly. I love Derby. This because of the lead changes constant. Anything can happen from like 30 points down. It could switch in a heartbeat.
Absolutely,
I love it.
Absolutely. And also, Derby is one of the few games where you play offense and defense basically
Is
simultaneously.
beautiful. So you're so busy.
Non-Derby people don't understand it. They're like, oh, what? You play offense and defense? And you say, why, yes. We try. We do our best.
When I'm describing Derby, people get the most kick out of the I usually describe it as the jammer being the ball.
Yes,
quote unquote.
exactly.
Like,
Quote the ball. Exactly. So Crash Bang a Cooch, again, jamming for Team Divergence with Schindler's Fist for Jewish roller derby. Crash Bang a Cooch has been drawn back fairly significantly, back to between the jam and pivot line. And Schindler's Fist through and is lead. Star pass to Team Divergence, number 1977, Maya Prerogative. I believe that is the second time that Maya has received the star. But a quick call off. Schindler's Fist calling, getting some points though. Let's see what the score is. We're up, I believe, to 57. Waiting for the points to come through. Very few timeouts. Not, quick run time.
Well, Apple, may I say, gun show showing out as well.
That's right.
I feel great.
Gun
Yes,
show,
look
baby.
at this. I'm impressed.
Not bad for an old lady, huh?
But
Not
hey,
bad.
we're a little seasoned.
Yeah. I know my limitations, friend. Uh-oh, we lost our scoreboard. Hold on one moment, please. Let's see what's going on. Why will it not restart?
Slam wise, full speed ahead.
Okay, I'm struggling. Oh, there we go. Apologies, the iPad is mad at me.
The iPad's been freaking out a little bit.
The iPad is mad at me, and I am working on it again, getting our roster back. Apologies for the momentary delay. We have Sonnet as not lead, and also we have Slamwise appears to be lead, both on scoring passes.
Oh, and number 14 being driven out. Sonnet.
Sonnet Boom, I believe, used to be their full derby name. Perhaps it has changed. So we're coming down to the last 5 or 6 minutes of this first half. Team Divergence has taken a lead, 68-67 to Jewish Roller Derby's 55. I do think this is still anyone's game. They seem very well matched. They seem to have figured out a little bit about each other's style. What do you think, Rickett?
I think they're over the feeling out period, and they're just going straight at each other. It's great to watch. The defensive portion between the two, I'm loving. The blocking, especially there we are. The offensive blocking is being very impressive.
Absolutely. That is Snuffy again, called lead for Team Divergence, and it appears that
Nice.
we have another star pass to Cutter.
Cutter.
Some longtime Michigan skaters here on these tracks. This is a Michigan event, Michigan hosted by Lansing Roller Derby. Shout out to Lansing. They do so much for the entire Derby community, especially in the Midwest. Skate Wars, Black and Bruise, great tournament.
Yep, went to the Black and Blue last year as well, and that was pretty fun announcing there.
Yeah.
It's my first time actually skating in a tournament style.
Awesome.
Learning, it was great. And speaking about learning, Cutter, shout out to her as well. Some of my skills coming directly from Cutter. So,
Crash Bangacooch back on the jammer line for Team Divergence and almost squeaking through against Sunny Days, who is your lead jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby.
powerful.
Sunny Days has had, I believe, a number of leads this half. Skating very well, just skirting that outside line on one skate.
A little fake shimmy to the outside and then continued on. Really froze them up just for long enough to get free.
Absolutely. Another star pass to Maya Prerogative.
Uh-oh, we're filling
for
up
Team
the sin bin.
Divergence. Yep. Couple of Team Divergence blockers sitting in the penalty box. While Sunny Days is just scoring points. Keep it rolling, score those points. Coming into turn 3. Little hitch there, some hits out, recycling back, but Sunny Days is recovering and back toward that scoring pass.
Sunny Days, great on the toes.
4 points up. Looks like a 12-point jam for Jewish Roller Derby. Very good jam. Maya Prerogative out of the pack as well. I would imagine this is a hit it and quit it situation, but we shall see. Getting the points and calling. And there we go. Nice jam for Jewish Roller Derby, putting up 12 points.
It's like you watched a little bit of Derby, hey?
Little bit of Derby.
Little bit of Derby.
Little bit of Derby today. Down to 3 minutes in this first half. Very closely contested game. 71-68 in favor of Team Divergence.
Yeah.
Big jam for Jewish Roller Derby last jam.
And back and forth is so close. This is awesome. I'm getting goosebumps on this stuff. Yeah.
Up. Nicholas Rage, your jammer record for Jewish Roller Derby against Slamwise Gamgee. Again, these two skaters have been on the jam line regularly together, so they know what's up each other's sleeve. But Slamwise Gamgee getting through that front part of the pack. Lunatic Lovegood on track as a blocker.
Nicholas Rage with the just undrainable tank of energy. It's amazing.
Sitting at 72 for Jewish Roller Derby and 71 for Team Divergence. Incredibly close. Quick lead change a moment ago. We are starting jam, I think this is jam 20, if I see it correctly. About 2 minutes left in the half. We have Snuffy as jammer for Team Divergence. And Schindler's Fist for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Both jammers a little bit stuck. No lead has been called. I hear a penalty whistle and a no pack. But there goes Schindler's Fist through the front group of blockers and is declared lead.
And one person to beat was Cutter, and no way Snuffy was getting by Cutter that time.
And Artemis up front with the block on Schindler's Fist. and a track cut called on Schindler's Fist. Reporting to the penalty box. And do we have a jammer do-si-do? Indeed we do. One jammer sits, the other jammer stands. Here we go. Snuffy is back on the track.
Good contact. Putting Snuffy on the pavement for a moment, but right back up. Cycling well.
Slow pack on that straightaway toward turn 1. Blockers are locking it down, recycling back.
Cutter giving a stiff shoulder.
Yeah, I've been hit by that shoulder before, and I
Saves.
do not like it. No, thank you. No, thank you. Both jammers really struggling with these strong tripods. Really locked down defense, kind of in that grind it out style. No one able to break free. We've got 22 seconds left in this jam, and the jammers are in a very sad place again.
It's okay.
Yep, bridging forward, Team Divergence. We're going to have to let him go, and there you go.
Oh,
yeah,
relief of the
boy.
quad burn on that one.
Schindler's Fist fought for that.
Yeah.
You got to push him out and follow through. Jam is called. 4 points for Jewish Roller Derby. No points put up for Team Divergence. And it does appear that we may be going to halftime. Indeed we are.
Ooh, we have a 10-minute intermission, so we're going to get back to it a
Woohoo!
little quick.
So Team Divergence at 71, Jewish Roller Derby at 76. We will be back shortly. I wish you guys were on a live chat so we could answer your questions, but maybe another day.
Does that happen?
It does happen.
What?
I know.
I can't wait to
That's a lot
experience
to
that.
take in, though.
Yeah.
When you're like chatting on the thing and doing all the stuff. We'll get you guys a quick penalty count and be back in about 5 minutes for the second half. Really tight game. Stay tuned. You can watch this on Lansing Roller Derby's stream. And also don't miss Derby Date Night's wrap-up and analysis later this evening. So we'll talk to you soon. I am Apple Corey.
And I am
this is
Cricket.
Woo-woo! Well, hello, friends. This is Apple,
And Cricket.
and we are back for the second half of the Team Divergence and Jewish Roller Derby game. We have about a minute left in the intermission, and I'm taking a quick look at the penalty count, and really no one is in penalty trouble yet. We've got a few with 2, a couple with 3. No one really in danger. Oh, well, some with 3. A few skaters on each side with 3, but no one seems to be in grave danger yet of the foul out. You know, you get what? You get 6, and then the seventh
sixth.
one. You get 6 free, and then the seventh
And the seventh
one's the
Get
problem.
outta here.
So we'll go back to the rosters, and this has been an amazing, really close game. These teams are both borderless teams who don't always play together, and it's fun to see them learn each other's style a little bit more, start to gel. A lot of smiles, a lot of high fives, and just an overall really nice vibe.
Like you said, gelling within minutes, honestly. I watched Divergence in their first match gel within minutes, honestly.
Oh, that's great. That's
Mhm.
really cool. So we will be bringing you the second half. There is one more set of games, I believe, after this one. There's some 8:30 or 8:15, and maybe 7:45 games, and then we close out the night. I'm not sure what happens in terms of the brackets with these two teams, but we can maybe find out for you and get a report. But we're back in action with Nicholas Rage as the Team Jewish Roller Derby jammer and Slamwise Gamgee. Again, very common matchup during the first half. And they have led off the second half with Nicholas Rage getting lead for Jewish Roller Derby.
Ooh, and Cutter tried to pick up Slamwise. Slamwise absorbs that hit.
Quick hit it and quit it for Team Jewish Roller Derby. A few points, I believe. Oh, maybe no points.
Maybe nothing. All right.
Oh,
4
4
points.
Woohoo.
I thought the same thing,
Jinx.
too.
Yeah. So, little bit further ahead for Team Jewish Roller Derby with 80 points. Team Divergence actually has been set at 71 for a while, I believe. I don't
Yes.
think they've scored points probably in the last 5 minutes of the first half and have not yet put up points in the second half. But, there's still plenty of derby left.
So with squads that come out like this that are just borderless squads, how much adjusting do they do mid game?
I would
considering-
imagine, I would imagine they adjust quite a bit to each other, to who they're playing.
So
I
they
know
constantly trying to figure out a correct, I guess, a lack of a better term, I guess, combo or formula.
We should ask some of the coaches before tomorrow and find out, are they really like running a blocker group and staying with that blocker group, or are they shifting folks in to really figure out who works best together, or even running more of a hockey style bench where skaters are like, I want to skate some more and I'm going to go in now.
Hey, I love, great reference. The fact that almost the hockey lines, how that goes. That's excellent.
Hockey lines are fun.
Yeah, hockey
right?
lines are fun.
Sometimes you get more than you've bargained for, but they can be fun.
Right.
So on the jammer line, we have Crash Bangacooch for Team Divergence, and then Schindler's Fist is the jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Neither jammer has gotten lead yet.
We have some interesting offensive blocking going on. That's pretty interesting. That was great. I like that.
Crash does get lead after pushing through that front set of Team Jewish Roller Derby blockers, and we have a star pass to
89.
Bear Jew, number 89.
Bear Jew.
Call off on the back curve, and points up for Team Divergence. We have 4 points up, making our score 75 for Team Divergence and 84 for Jewish Roller Derby.
I think our largest deficit was about 10 points, wasn't it? Or almost.
Yeah, it has been very close the whole game. I don't think it's gotten much more than that.
No. And that, as we know, is nothing in Derby as a deficit. It can be made up in an instant. Well, in a 2 minute.
New jammer matchup with Sonnet and Slamwise. I don't know if that is purposeful or coincidental, but changing it up a little bit potentially. Sonic coming through as lead on a scoring pass, fighting through the front of the pack. And Slamwise has the star off, but is now through, called not lead. Has not yet done a scoring pass. Sonic calls it off, holding Team Divergence to 0 points, with Jewish Roller Derby scoring 4. Still very close.
Wow, yes.
Jewish
Right
Roller
back
Derby
in it.
running a pretty short jammer rotation, it seems. It seems like it's a 3 jammer rotation.
Well, gosh, when you have Nicholas Rage,
Yep.
wow.
Sometimes 4 with Mazel Tov. I don't think they've been on the jam line yet this half, but Nicholas Rage is a staple jammer for this team.
So
and
quick.
Gets lead again, squeaking through those front blockers from Team Divergence. Star is off and passed. Pass will be to white number 1-5, which is a new jammer. Bolt Action has not yet received the star, but did not score any points for Team Divergence.
Bolt Action, last match that I covered, did well as a blocker. Didn't get a chance to jam all that much, so it's interesting to see that skater jam.
Yeah, maybe change it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So sunny days for Team Jewish Roller Derby as the jammer, and Crash Bangacooch for Team Divergence. Crash starting a little bit farther back than Sunny Days, but really just taking that inside line. Did not pass all blockers upright, and just got called for a track cut. So Crash Bangacooch sent off the track, and
Little
Sunny
delay.
Days will be called lead.
Excellent opportunity for Sunny Days to really extend this lead already,
Absolutely.
as that skater is very strong. Finally driven out for once, but right back in so quick. Oh, had to come back
And
out.
track cut called on Sunny Days for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Reporting to the penalty box, the old jammer do-si-do. One jammer sits, the other jammer gets released. You cannot play derby without jammers on the track.
And speaking of opportunities, those opportunities have just switched in a big way. Let's see if Crash can take a big advantage. Oh, yes, and does to the outside.
Penalty being called. Multiplayer block on the pivot from Team Jewish Roller Derby. Lunatic Lovegood drawing back the Team Divergence pivot and also giving some trouble to Crash.
Great block, number 44 by the Jewish squad.
Lunatic Lovegood.
Okay.
Yep. Also called on a penalty.
Crash scoring more points.
Getting ready for a scoring pass. Might get some points on this one. Still
Apex
96.
hop.
Nice.
Nice.
And not landed.
Oh.
Called on a track cut. That was a very penalty-heavy jam.
It was.
Lots of folks on and off the track. Lots of people going to the box, sitting, coming back, going forth.
Is there a reason for it besides making sure the call's correct? The call sometimes being very delayed. Is it just mainly just making sure the call was right?
Yeah, so often an official on the inside of the track will look to the outside of the track to make sure that they've, gotten all the action or perhaps gotten the line correct. So there is sometimes a delay in a call. There's also sometimes a delay in the skater hearing a call, so it may appear that it is delayed. But skaters do have the responsibility to leave the track immediately as soon as they are aware that they've been called on a penalty. But I think pretty clean overall. Some adjustments to the scoreboard right now, and Jewish Roller Derby is now at 100 points to Team Divergence 81. We are in a team timeout. You want to tell us about any of our fine sponsors?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about Capital City Market. Capital City Market offers low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. We also feature a full grocery selection, including the Meyer brand and national favorites you already love. Be sure to visit our in-store cafe. And skaters on wheels are welcome. Check out the store across the street. Stores open daily, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I mean, it's great to go to a store where you can wear your roller
Oh my gosh,
skates,
I said
right?
that. I saw that
I know.
earlier. I was like, I have my skates in my ride as always. I'm
Yeah,
just going to put them on
exactly.
and go over to the shop.
Go over. Exactly. So Sonnet, again, the jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby. And we have Crash Bangacooch starting this jam in the box. So Sonnet has the opportunity to gain lead on this power jam situation. Let's see what happens here. And indeed, Sonnet is
Wonderful.
your lead jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby.
Sonnet with the great moves on the toes to the inside.
The screen is telling me that Slamwise Gamgee is the jammer of record for Team Divergence. So we will see what happens momentarily. Sonnet pushing through that front pack.
A great
Really.
pickup and cycle through by Divergence. Group effort. Whoa,
And
Slamwise.
coming out of nowhere.
Wow.
Coming through the pack on an initial pass. That would not be a scoring pass. And Sonnet wisely calls it off before any points are scored by Team Divergence.
And Slamwise was coming in hot.
Scores creeping a little bit further apart. Jewish Roller Derby is 104 and Team Divergence is at 81. We are about 10 minutes into the second half, the second period of this game. Still a very close game. These teams are competing hard, some hard hits, some really nice recycling and blocking.
Oh, goodness.
And there goes Nicholas Rage just skipping through right up that line and called lead.
That burst of speed by Nicholas Rage is blinding.
Snuffy is through for Team Divergence, called not lead.
Wow, how did Nicholas Rage stay on the feet there? I do not know. Was able to power through that block.
A little bit of an empty track right now. A lot of blockers in the box. It looks like 2 and 2, 2 on each side, sitting. Oh, Team Divergence maybe just released one, but it will be a short pack start in this next jam.
Yes.
Score, yeah. I mean,
As you said, it's creeping. It's creeping up a bit.
It's creeping apart a little bit, but still, one good power jam is all you need.
Oh yeah, and Team Divergence still has that in them as well.
Absolutely.
It seems like the ebbs and flows of sometimes of the jams, without lack of trying at least.
Absolutely. We have Sunny Days for Team Jewish Roller Derby as lead jammer, and Maya Prerogative taking the star for Team Divergence. I believe the first time that they have started with
Whoa.
the star as a jammer, but Sunny Days squeaking by on the outside.
The hesitation just is so effective for Sunny Days. I've saw the skater use that move a couple times now, and it's awesome.
Absolutely. Just a quick little fake and then off to the races.
Just has the other skater standing and watching.
Coach says, run it, run it, run it. Oh, no, you're fine. Star pass by Team Divergence to
Ooh, do we have a new jammer?
a new jammer.
603.
Looks like Lieutenant Jan.
Oh, Lieutenant Jan, yes. Great defender. Does it on both sides.
Taking the star and putting up a point. All right.
There we go.
Lieutenant Jan.
But another whammy of
Yep. Here we go. Jam start for a new jammer for Team Divergence, number 5, Manta. I don't believe we've seen them start with the star, but let's see what happens.
tough
And then
tripod there.
Schindler's Fist is a jammer we've seen for Team Jewish Roller Derby, having a little trouble getting through that blocker tripod. And Team Divergence has been called lead with Manta coming through the back of the pack, a strong tripod, looking to the outside, now to the inside, calling it off.
Tries
No
one,
points.
tries the other side, and says, there's
Too many.
Too many.
bodies.
Mhm.
I'm out. I'm done.
no daylight at
No,
all.
thank you.
see that?
It does happen sometimes.
Yes, lad. Save that energy for another jam, I guess.
Just say no. Right?
Yeah.
It's just like, I'm out. I gotta go.
Speaking of just say no, so do the tournaments like this have after parties as well? Like most of the
I don't know. I would think so.
I would think so
there'd
too. I've been
be an
trying to
after
find the
party,
after parties.
but
I did take a nap.
it is probably not until Sunday night.
Oh,
When the tournament concludes. That would be my guess. Sonnet out as lead jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby. And Slamwise Gamgee on the heels. We have seen this movie before. Sonnet wants the Team Jewish Roller Derby blockers to get to the front, get some points from the opposing team, and call it. They did not get to the front, but Sonnet calls it regardless. And looks like no points up for either jammer. So we're holding at 123 for Team Jewish Roller Derby and 86 points for Team Divergence.
still a lot of time to go. A lot of there to be played yet.
Absolutely. About halfway through the second half. So this is often the time in a game when you start to see some weariness from skaters.
Yes, I
Folks
would
are getting a little tired. They've been playing hard. It's like
the second
gotta be
game as
second
well.
game, yeah. Getting to be a late night. Most folks traveled today. Or at least a lot of Derby, if not a late night.
You travel straight from South Bend today?
Pardon me?
You from South Bend
I did
today?
come from South Bend today.
Aha.
Yeah. Not a bad drive.
No, not at all.
Nicholas Rage crushing it again.
And Snuffy.
And Snuffy.
Two very
looking for
strong
the call.
skaters.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. Pack is moving fairly quickly.
Oh, wow. Yes, I agreed.
I think it's been a mix of like faster packs and slower packs.
That is the most spread I saw the packs get yet today so far.
4 points on that jam for Team Jewish Roller Derby, bringing them to 127 points. Team Divergence holding at 86.
Inching ever and ever so a little bit further away.
Absolutely. We have Rose wearing the star for Team Divergence. And Sunny
And
Days.
Sunny Days once
takes
again.
Lead. Nice, quick lead. Penalty being called, and
Rose
someone
dripping
will leave
out.
the track.
Sunny Days. Wow. Went a little incognito in that pile up and just emerged free.
Yeah, sometimes you can hide behind those blockers.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Cutter up front, one-on-one with the Team Divergence jammer. Sunny Days looking for the signal for the call-off, calls it off, gets some points, 8 points for Team Jewish Roller Derby. So creeping a little bit further apart every jam.
And this is where a short height stature does come, making an advantage. I mean, when like with football and a running back and being a shorter stature guy, such as myself, you can definitely hide behind your blockers and boom, pop up and you're gone.
Exactly. You can be sneaky.
Mm-hmm. And really duck underneath those arms as well.
Absolutely. So Sonnet, the jammer for Team Jewish Roller Derby, and we have looks like Slamwise.
Sonnet with that.
Slamwise back as jammer for Team Divergence. Sonnet with the quick lead. Gonna score some points here.
Right.
And calling it
Nice. Follows the blockers. Calls it. Doing exactly what they needed to do. Score 4 and get out.
So anything surprise you about this game so far?
No. I knew it was going to be. I mean, I'm surprised that the score has inched out a little bit, but the play is not surprising at all.
No, it's been very well played.
Very well played. I'm just surprised it's not closer, but just happens that way, I guess, with the flow.
Schindler's Fist fighting up front for Team Jewish Roller Derby to be lead jammer, really at the last blocker. I would anticipate that out of play call, and there it is. Got to be let go, and lead is called. Put that out of play gun back in the holster.
Yeah, all that quad burn, trying to shake that off on the way through, back at it.
Absolutely.
Great contact. Oh
boy.
Great way to stay on the feet.
Snuffy is not wearing the star right now for Team Divergence, but is approaching the pack for Team Jewish Roller Derby, the pack of blockers. Gets hit to the inside.
Great work on
Lunatic
either end.
Good, making some good defensive space.
Agreed.
Through, but not with the star. Not with the star visible on the helmet, so no points scored. No points. And 4 points for Team Jewish Roller Derby, bringing our total to 143 to 86 with about 12 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, Team Divergence haven't scored in a bit now.
Yeah, they've had some trouble getting through these packs. I don't know what the lead percentage is, but it has been really predominantly, I would guess 2/3 at least, for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Team Divergence has not had a lot of lead jammers.
Well, I would imagine trying to push through a closed and locked door would be exhausting on jammers.
Absolutely.
In which the Team Jewish tripod is represented.
We do have Crash Bangacooch, though, as lead jammer for Team Divergence. Nicholas Rage following behind, not lead. Call off before Team Jewish Roller Derby received any points. So a 0-0 jam. I would imagine that if I were coaching Team Jewish Roller Derby, I would probably start to run the jams long and eat the clock because, you're ahead by a good margin. We'll see what they do, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some longer jams go.
Trying to run the clock out quick.
But they do not have lead right now. Slamwise Gamgee, Team Divergence, with Sunny Days right on the tail. Coming through, jammer on jammer, quick around the track.
Pulling some G's, all right.
Definitely still slightly ahead with Sunny Days following. Pack is speeding up. This is like the bad old days of Derby.
This is pretty cool.
Both jammers coming into the pack. Nobody scoring points with the call off by Slamwise Gamgee.
Did you get a chance to play in those battle days of Derby?
I was just coming in the battle days of Derby.
I see.
Yes. I did come in when there were 1 minute penalties.
But it is pretty interesting. I'm a retro gamer, and I found a 90s Derby game, and it was like that, and it's super interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one of the tenets of roller derby is by the skaters for the skaters, and so especially the Flat Track Association, Women's Flat Track Derby Association. So the game has changed because skaters have wanted it to change. So that's really cool. It's a self-governing sport.
I love it.
It's
it's a
got
sport
a lot of DIY and punk and kind
respect
of subversive roots.
And yes, expression. That's what I love about this too.
So we are in a team timeout, I believe, or an official timeout. Frankly, I can't see that far, but
Well, now that we're in a timeout, I'd like to give a shout out to Tom's Food Center. It's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocery store, providing you with a great selection and friendly service, while at the same time always looking for ways to make your dollar go further. Locations in Okemos and Portland, Michigan. And also, wasn't like to mention Skatin' Not Hatin'. Skatin' Not Hatin' has been around since 2014, owned and operated by Javelin, who skates for Kalamazoo Roller Derby. Team Michigan, and Coaches Kalamazoo Killer Bees. It has a small shop, huge, offers skate packages, protective gears, wheels, accessories, and subliminal apparel.
And Snuffy has gotten lead jammer for Team Divergence Roller Derby with Sonnet following. Team Divergence seems to have come out with a little bit of spice after this team timeout. Maybe trying to make up some of those points, get some new strategies going, trying some new things.
I thought Snuffy was going to be freed up to go and just got bumped out the last second there.
2 points though for Team Divergence, bringing it up to 91. As Arya said in the last few games that we called together, you can just you can just chip away a little bit, just little by little, get a few points here, like nibble away at that lead.
A couple of huge haymakers, a couple 12-point jams in a row, really could change the scope of the game.
Absolutely.
4 minutes, I mean.
Crash Bang-A-Cooch, the jammer record for Divergence Roller Derby, and Schindler's Fist for Team Jewish Roller Derby.
Cutter
Let's see who
with
can
the
get through.
defense says, get
And
out of
Schindler's
there.
Fist through has not yet been called lead and did have to leave the track, I believe, for a cut call. So Schindler's Fist will sit. It would appear that lead is still open. So let us see what Crash Bang-A-Cooch can do.
Juliet Lane out there, triple nines for the Jewish squad. Been quietly effective out there on the defensive end. Just a second ago, forcing the jammer out.
Oh. Hit out, recycling back. This penalty is now over. Both jammers are going to be back on the track. And I believe lead is still open.
Awesome burst.
Apologies, I am incorrect on that.
Schindler's Fist.
On a scoring pass. Oh, lead was open, and lead is called to Crash Bang-A-Cooch. Looks like Schindler's Fist is being sent to the box a second time during this jam. Maybe showing a little bit of fatigue or perhaps not paying as close attention to the track lines as perhaps one should. But
late in the day.
Crash Bang-A-Cooch really fighting for these points. Another penalty call. It's starting to get a little penalty heavy as we come into the last 7 minutes of this game. Folks are tired.
Understood.
2 jammers in the box. Team Jewish Roller Derby jammer is standing. They will be released soon, it does appear.
And could it be a pretty normal occurrence for any of these skaters to have a 4-game day or 3-game day? Like say maybe tomorrow?
Exactly, yeah. It would be unusual to play more than 3 games, right?
Woof.
Schindler's Fist released and back on the track, trying to get lead. Strong blocker tripod.
Yes. Oh, great
Looking for
offensive
some
blocking
there.
there,
There
yeah.
comes the O, and there we go.
Oh,
Lieutenant
picked up
Jan
one, yeah.
getting after it. But Schindler's Fist is called lead jammer. Crash Bang-A-Cooch following, not lead. 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in this game. Team Jewish Roller Derby at 145 and Team Divergence at 94 points. Call off, and let's wait for points. We have some points. Looks like 1 point for
1
Team
point.
Jewish Roller Derby and no points for Team Divergence. So we're down to about 5 minutes left. Some whistles blowing, some things happening. Let's see. Skaters are ready. We've got Snuffy and Nicholas Rage.
Nicholas Rage
Right through
with the
that path.
flurries. That's all I
So
can
quick,
describe.
right?
The flurry of feet
Right.
and arms and getting free.
So fast.
Look at that move. I mean, power, speed, like, wow.
Yeah.
Shifty.
Agility. Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
that's a masterclass
Such
there.
a beautiful skater.
And
to
feeling
watch.
it awful on the
yeah,
end over
yeah,
there, too.
yeah.
I mean, little swag. Can't
Little
go
high
wrong.
fives. Yeah, you
Uh-huh.
gotta be smiling.
When you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
4 points on the board for Team Jewish Roller Derby, bring us to 150 points versus Team Divergence at 94 points. We're about 4 minutes away, 2 or 3 more jams. We'll see what happens. Sunny Days Jammer of Record against Manta. Sunny Days has been very successful for Team Jewish Roller Derby. And Manta, I believe, has taken the star 2 or 3 times. This may be the second time this half that we've seen them start as the jammer for Team Divergence. And Sunny Days through again.
Yeah.
Has had a really good game.
That's been steady, consistent.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
unstoppable almost.
Absolutely.
And with the combo with their teammate number 9,
Nicholas
Rage. Yes, thank you very much.
Very strong jammers.
Good
Absolutely.
luck.
Bridging forward, trying to up. There has been a star pass to Rose, the pivot. Rose is through the Team Jewish Roller Derby blockers and has put the star on. But Sunny Days calls it off with some points up. Looks like 3, 4 points.
4
for Team
points for
Jewish
Sunny
Roller
Days.
Derby.
Oh, 3 points. Yep,
3 points. Back to 3. 153 to 94. Sonnet on the line for Team Jewish Roller Derby. And Slamwise Gamgee for Team Divergence. Full packs on both sides, it appears. Oh, nope. Maybe Team Jewish Roller Derby has a pivot in the box, I believe.
Oh, yes, we do.
Cutter's
Yep,
in the box.
Cutter's in the box. Yep,
Oh,
correct.
Cutter, you're in the box. You'll get out, though, I'm sure. Oh,
Slamwise
really nice.
trying to get by, but
Yeah.
wow.
Tough fight up front
Yeah.
for Slamwise getting lead. Sonnet on the heels. Jammers coming through. Cutter is back on the track as the pivot for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Slamwise hitting the pack and calling it. Looks like no points. Oh, 1 point. Looks like 2 points. 2 points for Team Divergence. No points for Team Jewish Roller Derby. Bringing the total to 96 points to Team Divergence. And Jewish Roller Derby sitting at 153 points.
Heading up to the 2-minute mark. 1 full jam's worth, possibly.
We shall see. It is an empty penalty box. Full strength, both teams. We have Snuffy jamming for Team Divergence and Schindler's Fist for Team Jewish Roller Derby.
Snuffy finding
And
daylight on the
Snuffy,
inside.
Nice
Yes.
little hop on the inside line, gaining lead. Pretty quick lead.
Very shifty, Snuffy.
And
Oh, but
Schindler's
picking.
Fist stuck a little bit behind a tripod of blockers. Artemis is in that tripod. I know Art from the West Coast Derby scene, and we actually both played in New England for a while in the
Wow.
Vermont and New Hampshire area. So
So you played on either coast. You played it.
Derby is coast to coast.
That is
There's this whole
awesome.
like Vermont, Oregon, Washington thing going on. Snuffy sent to the box for a track cut. And we have almost the same time on both clocks, the period clock and the jam clock. Running it down now.
Swepple, do you notice the difference in skating from coast to coast? Honestly?
Yeah.
Or is it Derby all around?
Derby is all the same, and Derby is all every league is the same, and every league is different.
I gotcha.
I think mostly it's Derby people are just good people.
Oh,
right?
without a
Doing fun
doubt.
things.
I mean, hands down. That's
Yeah.
why I'm just attracted to the sport so much, too.
Yeah,
Everybody, I
yeah.
mean,
It is a good scene. Snuffy out of the box on a scoring pass, trying to get some points. Jam will come down to its natural conclusion shortly. Still trying to get points. 4 points on the board for Team Jewish Roller Derby, and there is a blob of blockers
Yes,
at a complete stop
and
on
held
turn
up.
3, and the jam has been called. Unofficial score is up. Folks are smiling. We will wait for the thumbs up from our officials, and well-fought game by both teams.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely agreed.
Final scores, Team Divergence with 100 points and Team Jewish Roller Derby with 158 points.
I tell you, picking MVP for this one is going to be difficult as well.
Absolutely. I don't think, do we say it out loud or do we just?
I think we
I
just
think
write it.
down. Okay.
I have some feels, but
we got some feels.
there's so many, though. There's
So many great skaters on the track.
yeah.
Absolutely. But there is still more Derby to come. This is only day 1 of our 3-day tournament.
Mhm.
So please stick with Lansing Roller Derby's feed. Check them out. Support your favorite Derby, your local Derby team. And this is Apple Corey saying farewell with
Cricket.
see you soon.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Good evening from track number 2 here at Skate Wars 2025. I'm Biff Mixalot. I am joined by... That's lowercase beef, right? Okay. All right. Here's the game. This game was scheduled to start at 8:15. It has already started. So we have Team Maryland taking on Team Illowa. Maryland. Illowa lost versus Florida, who just upset Team Black Diaspora, 114-169. We're on to jam number 2 with Zombabe, the jammer for Team Maryland. And when we get a chance, we'll go through the rosters for these two teams. Roxy Balboa, the jammer, and lead jammer for Illowa. So, Roxy Balboa, first 4 points of the game and lead status. Team Illowa is wearing a yellow and orange gradient jersey with black shorts. Team Maryland skating in white for the purposes of this game. The Team Illowa picks up some additional points, so a total of 7-0 after 2 jams for Team Illowa. Ice Hurt, the jammer for Team Illowa, picks up lead status. Neil Score, the jammer for Maryland. Ice Hurt with lead on a scoring pass now. Neil Score handing off the jammer star to Shenanigan Skywalker of Maryland. And Shenanigan Skywalker yet to complete the initial pass. Ice Hurt navigating a tripod of Maryland blockers. That's another 4 points for Illowa. That's number 98, Shenanigan Skywalker for Maryland. So, yeah, 5 points total for Team Illowa. No points yet for Maryland. So, buyer's remorse. Veteran jammer for Team Maryland, jamming against a jammer yet to be, that is Dauntless for Team Illowa. Buyer's remorse, 2 blockers to beat at the front, forced into the referee lane. And Buyer's Remorse, the most forward progress. Get some assistance from the pack. 30 seconds into the jam, still no lead jammer. And, yep. Dauntless is through, lead jammer for Team Illowa. Jam is called. Okay, so that brings General Chaos to the jammer line for Maryland against Crystallica of Team Illowa. And this is jam number 4 underway. And Crystallica narrowly the lead jammer over General Chaos. have a bit of jammer engagement as they approach the pack. And Kristalica calls the jam, discretion being the better part of valor. 0-0 for each team. Yes. No, there's usually a gap between the two, yeah.
A lot of times jammers don't get to play defensively like that. Jamming is often a very offensive position, so you don't get to play defensively like that.
You don't get to engage the other jammer very often, yeah. So Zombabe, the jammer from Maryland, against Roxy Balboa of Team Illowa. And Roxy Balboa is lead jammer. Zombabe in pursuit. Packs reorganizing in turns 1 and 2. Zombabe leans into the pack, calls the jam.
This whole game we've been seeing a lot of defensive jamming, where you're not defensive jamming being that you're not going for points as much as you're trying to make sure the other jammer doesn't get points.
Indeed, indeed.
A lot of thinking for the jammers on this team, on both teams. And that's reflected in the score. We got 14-0, which is, for Derby, pretty low.
And so, yeah, that's after 6 jams. So we get Ice Hurt back to the jammer line for Team Illowa against Niels Gore of Maryland. Ice Hurt, 2 blockers to beat, splits, stretching the pack to its breaking point, and Ice Hurt is through. Lead jammer for Illowa. Niels Gore committing the track cut. That'll put Team Illowa on the power jam, and they already have an 18-point lead. So Ice Hurt first on a second scoring pass and on the power jam. So Maryland down their jammer and a blocker as Ice Hurt completes a third scoring pass. 12-0 on the jam to Team Illowa.
This so far has been a really impressive jam for Ice Hurt, almost doubling Team Illowa's score. And still have 44 seconds, 33 left now in the game.
Penalty to Niels Gore is over. Ice Hurt with 16 points now. Still in control of the jam, and Ice Hurt cruises around the outside. Not seeing much resistance from Maryland. And that's a 20-point jam for Ice Hurt.
It's really impressive, too, to see how Ice Hurt has been going around this track so controlled. We haven't really been seeing them losing steam, which is super impressive. They've been going for the whole 2 minutes, scoring points left and right.
So jam ends. At least 24 points for Ice Hurt.
This is the first high-scoring jam we've seen in this game.
It is. I think this is the highest scoring jam I've seen so far in the tournament. That's a 26-point jam for Ice Hurt. And Team Illowa, it leads now 40-0. Just under 21 minutes remaining in the half. Dauntless the jammer for Team Illowa. And Dauntless is lead. Buyer's Remorse sets off in pursuit.
Now we've got some more really defensive jamming going for both.
Maryland trying to speed up the pack. Buyer's Remorse into the pack. Jam is called. Not many points scored by either team there, but Maryland gets their first point of the game. So it's no longer a shutout.
Maryland, so far this game, has been doing a really good job when their jammers get out at the same time. They've been doing a really good job at getting out of the pack quickly. And I think that they've been, when they can do that, they really take advantage, which is a good time, like a good thing for their team.
Indeed, Kristalica jamming for Team Illowa against General Chaos of Maryland. And General Chaos is lead jammer for Maryland. That's their first lead of the game. Yeah. Nice block there, thrown by number 727 for Maryland.
That's Maryland's first power jam as well. Got the jammer in the box for Illowa.
That was Tsunami delivering the key block there for Team Maryland.
See if Maryland can take advantage of this power jam just like Team Illowa did. Their first power jam in the game. Hopefully decrease that score differential a little bit. Not that I'm rooting for either team, but
No, of course. We're impartial, yes. So Maryland down 41-5, but still pretty early stages of this game. We're 18 minutes left in the first period. Jam is underway. Zombabe with the jammer star for Maryland. Zombabe, one blocker to beat at the front, gets drawn back.
Maryland has an interesting power jam strategy here because they're not doing a very active offense. They're trying to draw the pack back. They're trying to keep their pack back and force the pack to distribute up front. This is an interesting defensive strategy as well because they know that the jammer from Team Illowa is going to be coming in soon.
All right. Team Illowa seems to have that figured out to this point. We're
Power, penalty kill strategy by Team Illowa as well.
and Kristalica out of the penalty box, lead jammer for Team Illowa. Yeah, Foxy Comet picking up the jammer star for Team Maryland. And Kristalica picking up a back block penalty. So another power jam opportunity here for Maryland. Let's see if they can convert on it. Foxy Comet. A little confusion as to who actually has the jammer star for Maryland. Sitting in the referee lane, Foxy Comet has to go back and collect it.
Did it fall off Foxy Comet's head?
It either fell out of her head or out of her hand.
Feeling some time here?
So that jam time's out.
This is a smart move by Foxy Comet.
Well, yeah, indeed. I mean, yeah, it gives Maryland a chance at a power jam start.
Exactly. And the power start, as we saw with Team Illowa, that can get you it gives you a chance to control the way a jam starts, which is really powerful.
Indeed.
Right now we've got a
So
team timeout.
That is a Chrissy Crash Course team timeout. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Training Club Fitness app for just $1. Life is a contact sport. Win. It is an official. I guess it is an official. I guess it isn't different from an official review, because it doesn't appear that either team has taken the official review. Looks like, we have a medic, one of the medical staff going to the penalty box. Kristalica is standing in the penalty box, so less than 10 seconds remaining on that penalty. So it looks like we have a Maryland skater getting medical attention. So I think that is the genesis of the official timeout that we're dealing with right now. Score stands at 42-5 in favor of Team Illowa. Why don't we take a minute and go through these rosters while these issues get sorted out. Skating for Maryland in the white uniforms with the Calvert flag motif. Number 075, Zombabe. Number 100, Anna Roll. Number 11, Lithumaniac. Number 2, Niels Gore. Number 202, Condoleezza Slice. Number 203, Slaughtermelon. Number 26, Shutter Speed. Number 309, Devastation. Number 31, Buyer's Remorse. Number 4, General Chaos. Number 671, Tricky Nicky. Number 716, Bashanista. Number 727, Tsunami. Number 74, Foxy Comet. Number 82, Ragehall. And number 98, Shenanigan Skywalker. All right, we are back to action. Chris Stalica still in the penalty box. Buyer's Remorse, the jammer for Maryland. And Buyer's Remorse gets lead. Power jam has ended. Penalty to Chris Stalica is done. Buyer's Remorse on a scoring pass, and Buyer's Remorse is through. 4 points. And the jam is called. I believe it's the first jam they've shut Illowa out. So it is a 4-0 jam.
They've really, in terms of jams, they've been pretty neck and neck for most of them. They had one really rough one.
They had the big power jam for Illowa. Roxy Balboa, the jammer for Illowa. Niels Gore, the jammer for Maryland. Niels Gore, two blockers to beat at the front. She gets held up long enough for Roxy Balboa to be lead jammer for Team Illowa. So score stands 44-9, halfway through the first period. The winner of this game will advance to play again at 3 o'clock tomorrow against the winner of the Michigan versus Ohio game taking place over on track number 1. But we all know you want to be watching this game here between Maryland and Illowa. Ice Hurt is lead jammer for Team Illowa. General Chaos out of the pack for Maryland. Yes. So unfortunately for Maryland, General Chaos picked up a penalty and put Ice Hurt on the power jam for Illowa. Ice Hurt with 4 points already in hand. And Ice Hurt around the outside. That's another 4 for Illowa. Pack sets up the entrance at turn 3. Maryland with a full set of blockers to defend the power jam. Penalty to General Chaos has expired. And Ice Hurt, 12 points in hand, in control of the jam. On a 4th scoring pass now. And calls the jam. So 3 more points for Team Illowa. No points for Maryland. And Illowa leads by 59-9 with 12.5 minutes remaining in the period. The loser of this game will return at 2:45 tomorrow to play the loser of the Ohio versus Michigan game. I'm not exactly sure which track that's on, but it is happening tomorrow. Buyer's Remorse to Jammer against Dauntless. Dauntless quickly through and lead Jammer for Team Illowa. In the meantime, Dauntless picks up 4 points for Team Illowa. Buyer's Remorse handing off the Jammer Star to Anna Roll. And Anna Roll quickly to the pack. Not quite sure if she was able to get any points off of that. But no additional points for Team Illowa. One additional point, for Team Illowa. No points for Maryland. Krystalika jamming against Zombabe. Krystalika picks up lead. Zombabe hot on their heels. Pack is speeding up. Krystalika still with lead. Krystalika into the pack, calls the jam. Yeah, okay, you have more room to maneuver. Yeah.
Going into a really tough wall can be soul crushing.
There's a reason they call that the sad place, I think. Illowa picked up 1 point on that jam. That brings Roxy Balboa back to the jammer line against Niels Gore. Niels Gore hopping in the toe stops, picks up lead for Maryland. And Niels Gore into the pack, calls the jam. Looks like 1 point for Maryland. No points for Team Illowa. So finally, Maryland into double digits.
It's a big, big milestone.
General Chaos to the jammer line now against Ice Hurt. And Ice Hurt quickly through. Lead jammer for Team Illowa. General Chaos stashing the jammer star. Gets through the pack. Ice Hurt through. Picks up some points. Calls the jam. 4-0 to Team Illowa.
And that's another shutout there from Team Illowa. They've been doing a really, really good job. And I've said this, I think, every single jam, but they're doing a really good job.
Well, the scoreboard seems to be reflecting that. So,
Derby,
I mean,
IQ.
yeah, you get lead. That means you're controlling the pack, as much as anything else.
Exactly.
Buyer's Remorse back to the jammer line for Maryland against Dauntless. Dauntless trying the outside line. And Dauntless finds a way out. Lead jammer for Team Illowa.
That was some really, really nice line work there from the Illowa blocker.
Yeah, Buyer's Remorse gets drawn back to the pivot line.
Yet again, number 668 doing some really nice line work.
And Buyer's Remorse is out. And the jam is called. No points for Maryland, unfortunately. We got at least 4 for Team Illowa.
We got 8 for Team
It looks
Illowa.
like the jam ref is deliberating with the outside pack ref. And so that's a total of 8 for Team Illowa. They lead 80-10.
Yeah. And again, you say it before, you get the lead, you have control of how the team does. You control over how the other team scores more than over how you're scoring.
Chris Stalica, lead jammer for Team Illowa. Zombabe with the jammer star for Maryland. Now eligible to score points as well.
I'd also like to mention that the jammer Zombabe from Team Maryland did leave the track, but was really smart because the person who hit them out fell down so they could go back in. So all in all, I've been super impressed at the caliber of the Derby smarts and just awareness of the track by all the players this tournament.
Yeah.
Specifically in this game, because it's the game that I've been announcing.
So we have an official now a team timeout taken by Team Maryland.
And that is a crash course team timeout.
Life is a contact sport. Win.
While we're taking this team timeout, we would also like to take a chance to thank one of our sponsors, Modern Skate and Surf. Modern Skate and Surf has the best inventory of skate gear for sale in Michigan, and they also offer a place for their customers to show off their new gear. Their world-class skate park in Royal Oak was created to meet the needs of every skater, biker, inline skater, and scooter who walks through their doors. And I will say, as a park skater, Modern rocks. Not sponsored. I'm not sponsored, but big fan of their work. Love that skate park.
Nothing wrong with an unsolicited endorsement. I mean,
And I will endorse them any day. I have so much fun every time I go.
so that timeout is now over.
We got
score-
both
yeah,
teams
go.
lining up on the skatin' not hatin' jammer line.
Roxy Balboa, the jammer for Team Illowa, fights the way through, picks up lead. Niels Gore drawn back into turns 3 and 4. Jammer for Maryland. And Roxy Balboa is through for a quick 4 points.
Roxy Balboa is an impressive jammer. So fast, so explosive. Just really, really fun to watch.
Well, Team Illowa has like a variety of jammers. You know, you have very smooth skaters like Ice Hurt, and then you have Roxy Balboa, who's a very powerful jammer.
Yeah.
As Niels Gore completes an initial pass for Maryland. And Maryland 3-on-3 in the down one blocker right now. As the jam ends.
That is another shutout for Team Illowa. Once again proving, if you get lead, it's a good time. Better time than if you don't have it.
Indeed. That's true.
For sure.
So it was a 12-0 jam for Team Illowa. They lead now 96-11. General Chaos, the jammer for Maryland, against Ice Hurt of Team Illowa. And General Chaos finds an easy path around the outside. Lead jammer for Maryland.
Ice Hurt there, hot on General Chaos's tail.
General Chaos getting some nice assists there from, that is Tsunami. But Maryland picking up 1 point, breaking a little bit of a scoring drought. Score stands now at 96-12.
Love
4
to
minutes
see
left
this.
in the period. Buyer's Remorse now the jammer for Maryland against Dauntless of Team Illowa. Dauntless met with a full set of Maryland blockers at the front of the pack. Buyer's Remorse at the rear. Dauntless tries to spin out of the pack, is declared lead jammer, but gets reabsorbed and drawn back into turns 3 and 4. Buyer's Remorse handing off the jammer star to Foxy Comet. Dauntless sees that, calls the jam. No points for Maryland.
That was a really smart and really quick star pass. It went super under the radar. It was very impressive how quickly Foxy Comet was able to get out of that
And
pack.
Dauntless recognized it very quickly as well.
Yeah. I'll say it again. The Derby IQ on this Team Illowa team, high.
I think we'll see that from all of these teams this weekend.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
if you made the cut to join one of these teams that's at this tournament, you have a degree of Derby IQ already.
Oh, for sure.
Crystallica, the jammer for Team Illowa. Zombabe, the jammer for Maryland. Both jammers out of the pack. Crystallica with lead status for Team Illowa.
Oh, and we get some jammer on jammer action. Oh. And a cut
And
for number
Crystallica
29.
picking up the jammer penalty.
Sometimes you swing and you miss. It was some exciting jammer on jammer action, but sometimes you get lost in the sauce.
So Zombabe on the power jam. 4 points for Maryland. Pack, what's left of the pack sets up in turn 4. Zombabe through for another 4 points.
I'm excited
Big-
to see a high-scoring jam here from Team Maryland.
Yes. Biggest jam of the game so far for Maryland. And Zombabe is through for a third scoring pass.
And Team Maryland here is doing a really beautiful job with some quick and very effective offense on this power jam.
Crystallica planted to the infield. Drawn back as Zombabe is on a 4th scoring pass.
It's a really nice juke there from number 29, Crystallica.
So neither jammer with lead. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. And we have about 10 seconds left in the jam.
Speaking of things that can be kind of soul-crushing, specifically as a jammer, knowing that you have to be out there for 2 whole minutes, there's no worse feeling. Actually, there's one worse feeling, and it's knowing that you have to be out there for 2 minutes after it's the second jam that you're serving because you started in the box.
That's right. Or getting frozen in the box for like 3 jams in a row because you've committed penalties. And
that's also the worst because you know it's your fault.
So a 15-7 jam in favor of Maryland. They've cut the deficit to 27 to 103. And this will likely be the last jam of the half. Roxy Balboa, the jammer for Team Illowa. General Chaos, the jammer for Maryland. And General Chaos gets lead for Maryland. Roxy Balboa out of the pack, too. And General Chaos calls the jam.
1 point. And that was a hard-fought point because that was a really, really tight pack there. Fighting for points through a tight pack like that is another thing. It's kind of soul-crushing.
It can be. I can only imagine watching here from the sidelines.
Oh, yeah.
So that will end the half. Team Illowa leads by a score of 103 to 29. We'll be back in probably about 9 minutes or so. And we will see you then. Devin. Okay. Okay. We are back. Half number 2 of bout number 20. Bout number 20. Yeah, bout number 20. Last game here on track number 2. Team Illowa taking on Team Maryland. And Illowa leads by a score of 103-29. Kristalica, first jammer of the second half for Team Illowa. And Kristalica gets lead. Followed quickly out of the pack by General Chaos of Maryland. Jam is called. See how many points Team Illowa was able to score here. Looks like 1, maybe 2.
It was a cute little apex jump there. Cute is not the right word. It was a very nice apex jump. It was beautiful.
Well, if it only yielded a couple of points, maybe
Yeah.
that does qualify as cute.
Yeah, I liked it. It was fun to watch.
All right. Roxy Balboa, the jammer for Team Illowa against Niels Gore of Maryland. And Roxy Balboa hops around the outside, gains lead. Team Illowa is skating in the orange-yellow jerseys. Maryland in white with the state flag all over their uniforms.
We were commenting during halftime how impressed we've been by Team Illowa.
Yes.
Because Maryland played really well earlier.
They did. And I said, they lost a kind of a close game to Missouri.
Yeah.
Who came out in their subsequent game beat Kansas.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, maybe, like I said, maybe the second game of the day is catching up to Maryland a bit here.
Yeah.
I mean, it would probably be so for Illowa as well. They lost a very hard-fought game to Florida.
They did.
And if you've been paying attention, Florida pulled off the upset of the tournament so far, beating the number 1 seed Black Diaspora Roller Derby.
Yeah. And they were the winners last year at Skate Wars, if I'm not
They
mistaken.
were, yes. So Ice Hurt is lead jammer for Team Illowa. Team Maryland has passed the jammer star to Shenanigan Skywalker.
Ice Hurt, another jammer who's really fun to watch. Very smooth, very controlled.
Like
Kind
they're
of
barely
flows-
breaking a sweat.
Yeah. Flows through the
You
pack
know.
like water.
Yeah. And Ice Hurt is through, picking up 4 points. Shenanigan Skywalker into the pack. And maybe Team Illowa trying a little bit different strategy here. Just running the jam, knowing they've got an 80-point lead. Maybe trying to run the clock as well. Ice Hurt picks up finishes a third scoring pass. That's 12. Shenanigan Skywalker out of the pack now as well. That's 8 for Maryland. And Ice Hurt will call the jam.
A solid showing by both teams in that jam, 15-18, pretty high scores. It's in jams like these when I realize, too, that how important it is to get lead and to be in charge of that board and control. Because both teams they're not, like one team is not leaps and bounds ahead of the other skill-wise.
Correct, right.
They're both being very competitive. So having control over who can score points is paramount in this game.
Dauntless to jam now against Zombabe. Dauntless is through and lead. Back frozen at the jammer line. Zombabe handing off the jammer star to Foxy Comet.
Foxy Comet has taken several star passes this game. Got to make sure they get the star on their helmet before they start.
Maryland
scoring
has
points.
passed the star pretty frequently. I mean, it
Yeah.
is a defensive strategy. And Illowa is gaining lead pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm. Foxy Comet also does a really good job at getting out of the pack really quick when they take the star.
Dauntless, one blocker to beat at the front to complete a second scoring pass for Illowa.
Team Illowa's got a strong tripod here. Really making Foxy Comet work for it.
In the meantime, Dauntless completes a third scoring pass.
Just breezed around that Maryland wall. Ooh. There's a pile up right there in turn 3. Or that was turn 2. Pardon.
Crash Nova doing a really good job in the pack for Illowa, holding down, cleaning up the mess there in turn 1 and 2.
Dauntless again, just flowing through. Untouched.
Direction of gameplay penalty there, assessed to one of the Illowa blockers. That's a 24-point jam for Dauntless. 3 points for Maryland. 4 points for Foxy Comet.
Those are 4 hard-fought points, too.
There were multiple attempts to get those 4 points.
Oh,
and
for sure.
Foxy Comet, Foxy Comet absorbed a lot of punishment in that jam.
Oh, yeah. Gotta feel good to sit down.
But that was a full 2-minute jam. General Chaos jamming against Crystallica. And General Chaos quickly out of the pack. Lead for Maryland. Crystallica in hot pursuit. Maryland a 4-on-2 pack advantage. And General Chaos spins out of the pack, picks up some points, calls the jam.
One of my favorite things to watch about General Chaos is their toe stop work. They've been doing really well in the middle of the track and on the lines, but just on their toe stops. It's so fun to watch. It's like a dance. Love it.
In and of itself, that's a skill, but but also it involves elements of track awareness.
For sure.
Yeah.
I've been impressed, too, by the lack of track cuts by both jammers. I mean, we've had some, but
It really has been. I mean, there were a couple of, maybe a forearm penalty or two here and there, but
it's been a clean game.
Shenanigan Skywalker jamming for Maryland against Roxy Balboa. And Roxy Balboa is out in lead for Team Illowa.
We go.
Roxy Balboa quickly around on a scoring run.
This is some very, very strong blocking, too, here from Team Illowa. Just locking down Shenanigan Skywalker.
So Roxy Balboa, the rear of the pack. We're 1 minute into the jam so far. Roxy Balboa gets shrugged into the infield.
The gorgeous hit in by number 671 from Team Maryland.
And in the meantime, Shenanigan Skywalker gets out of the pack. Jam is called. 4-0 to Team Illowa.
Those were another 4 hard-fought points there. Really, really working hard.
So we get Buyer's Remorse back to the jammer line for Maryland against Ice Hurt of Team Illowa. Buyer's Remorse out in lead jammer for Maryland.
Buyer's Remorse, another very dancey jammer. Quick feet, super fun to watch.
And Buyer's Remorse sent out of bounds, calls the jam. 3 points to Maryland, no points to Team Illowa. 20 minutes, 40 seconds left in the game.
This game is really flying by.
It is.
It's been.
I mean, it started a few minutes early and has proceeded quickly after that.
It has. Both teams have been playing super clean, very smart, just no nonsense derby.
No official. Well, I hate to invoke the commentator's curse here, but we haven't had any official reviews
You
yet.
better knock on some wood.
General Chaos to jam against Dauntless. General Chaos picking up a penalty as Dauntless picks up lead status on the power jam now for Team Illowa.
And we've seen Dauntless on the power jam before. Dauntless does very well on the power jams.
So that is a forearm penalty to General Chaos, and that is their 5th penalty.
As a reminder to those watching at home, you are allowed 7 penalties in Derby. You get 7 penalties, you get to go home.
Well, maybe in this case, you're just going back to the hotel room. You're not going back to Maryland yet.
No.
That's a
They'll
long
be able to be
drive.
back tomorrow.
That would be a pretty stern punishment for the tournament,
Yeah.
but
No more Derby for you.
No. You get to take your skates off and sit. Think about what you've
and
done.
yes, think about your misdeeds. Team Illowa picked up 6 points in that jam. They'll send Tricky Pixie to the jammer line now.
We haven't seen Tricky Pixie jamming a lot this game.
No, I know that this might be their first jam of the game for
I think it
Tricky
might.
Pixie.
I'm excited to see some new blood out on the track.
And it seems
jamming.
Shenanigans Skywalker has moved into the jammer rotation for Maryland after lining up as the pivot in several jams in the first half. Tricky Pixie picks up lead.
And a beautiful spin there by Shenanigans Skywalker on the inside.
You know, Shenanigans Skywalker showed some glimpses of being an effective jammer in the first part of this game. So,
Yeah.
maybe Maryland at halftime said, "Yeah, well, why not? Let's throw you into the rotation,
Get
see
in
what
there."
happens." And so Team Illowa picks up 4. They lead 160-48. We're just under 18 minutes left in this game.
We've seen in this half some changes up in the lineup with different players doing different positions than we've seen in the first half. And in games like this where there's a pretty big score differential, it's always fun to see who tries what.
Right. I mean, you're playing for the chance to play in the next game at that
Exactly.
point. Crash Nova, another new jammer for Team Illowa. With lead, jamming against Zombabe of Maryland.
And this is another new jammer we've got out.
Yes.
For Team Illowa. Zombabe we've seen before.
Yeah.
Jamming.
And Zombabe with the helmet cover in hand as Crash Nova attempts a scoring pass.
We're getting some really, really nice offense there from number 970, Janice Joplin on Team Illowa.
So Anna Roll receives the helmet cover for Maryland. Crash Nova on a 3rd scoring pass.
Some beautiful spins, making light work of this pack.
And so the jam ends. Or it doesn't. Sorry about the whistle bleed. I heard the whistles coming from track number 2. Or track number 1, I should say.
Yeah. It's tough we're in a big venue, but all the tracks are pretty close. So sometimes you hear something from one person. It's been confusing, I think, too, for some of the skaters. It's inevitable.
It is. And it's like you hear the whistles, you see the skaters slowing down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Crash Nova content to run this jam 2 minutes.
And there we go.
And
That's
it
2
ends.
minutes.
So Maryland unable to pick up any points. Illowa, total of 15. They lead now 175-48. We are roughly halfway through the second period.
again, just flying by. Back to the whistle bleed thing, though. This is always when I tell myself whenever I'm watching. I was like, this is when I would take advantage. And I would take advantage of everyone being slow and confused. But I would be slow and confused, too.
See, that's smart jamming, though.
It is.
Yeah.
It's smart jamming. It's smart jamming if I do it correctly, which happens very rarely.
Ice Hurt jamming for Team Illowa against Buyer's Remorse. Ice Hurt with lead. Buyer's Remorse has handed the Jammer Star to Devastation. Buyer's Remorse stuck a toe stop in the infield, forced to retreat.
Devastation getting forced out in the worst way possible as a pivot when you think that you're just about out.
Oh, that's soul crushing in its own way.
It is.
So Ice Hurt with 4 points. The forearm looks like Devastation picked up a forearm penalty. Illowa on the power jam now.
And we know that Team Illowa, I mean, not just Team Illowa, any team loves to take advantage of a power jam, but Team Illowa's been doing it wonderfully in this game. Had some really high scoring jams. Ice Hurt specifically.
Yes. Ice Hurt with 8 points already on a third scoring pass. Pack sets up in turn 4. Ice Hurt continues, despite the ref whistles coming from the other track.
Team Illowa making the interesting decision here instead of doing offense to keep a goat, meaning that the other team has 3 blockers and they're blocking another person so that Ice Hurt has fewer people to fight against.
So a fourth scoring pass now for Ice Hurt. 15 seconds remaining in the jam. Blockers frozen in turn 4. Ice Hurt bounces through for another 4 points. And the jam will end.
That's another high scoring jam for Ice Hurt.
20 points there for Ice Hurt and Team Illowa. And we have an official timeout.
While we...
What was a team timeout for Maryland with 12:56 remaining in the game.
And this team timeout is sponsored by Crash Course. While we have this team timeout, we would like to take this opportunity to thank one of our sponsors, Tom's Food Center. It's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocery store, providing you with a great selection of friendly service while at the same time also looking for ways to make your dollar go farther. Locations in Okemos and Portland, Michigan.
So Team Illowa is the winner of this game. The likely winner of this game. It's not over yet.
We could have a crazy upset coming.
But, hey, who knows?
Stranger things have happened.
But they will play the winner of the game between Ohio and Michigan. That's Michigan's B team.
Yeah. Right now, for those who are curious, it is 85-103. Team Ohio is winning.
And that game will take place at 3 o'clock tomorrow. The loser of this game will take on the loser of the Michigan-Ohio game at 2:45 tomorrow. So another new jammer for Team Illowa. It's Stitches, who lost lead jammer status to Buyer's Remorse of Maryland.
But they are fighting to keep Buyer's Remorse competitive. Ooh, and a big hit to the inside by number 203 from Team Maryland, who is Slaughtermelon, which is a good name. I like that name.
It is.
It was a nice hit, too.
But one hard-earned point for Maryland. They narrow the gap to 149-195. 12 minutes left in the game. Tricky pixie to the jammer line for Team Illowa. Looks like
Maryland, we got Lithumaniac.
New jammer for Team Maryland, Lithumaniac. Lithumaniac drawn behind the jammer line. But Maryland able to successfully recycle Tricky Pixie. Tricky Pixie, one blocker to beat at the front. Spins out of that block, picks up lead.
I just realized that Slaughtermelon has a watermelon helmet. That rocks.
It's perfect. That's like selling out to the identity right there.
I love it. Big fan.
So that jam is called. No points for Maryland, 2 points for Team Illowa.
We're back to the low-scoring jams.
Yeah. No, maybe it's at the point where it's like, hey, let's run the clock out here.
Let's play our game.
Play the game, get lead, control the clock.
Do what we know how to do.
So Ice Hurt back to the jammer line against Niels Gore. Ice Hurt misplaced a toe stop, forced to restart the scoring process. Niels Gore sent into the ref lane. Niels Gore powers through. Lead jammer for Maryland. Ice Hurt in hot pursuit.
Ooh.
And Illowa trying to speed up the pack. Niels Gore decides she wants none of that and calls the jam.
Yeah. Wonderful clock control by Niels Gore. Wonderful defensive jamming as well by Ice Hurt. Nice little hits. Overtake. Just smart jamming there. As a jammer, too, it's always really fun for me when I get to be with the other jammer like that because it happens so rarely, but it's been happening a lot in this game.
Yeah. Zombabe jamming against Roxy Balboa. Zombabe. Not the skating dead. Lead jammer for Maryland.
That was a really quick lead for Maryland, too. They're looking like they're going to try to run it, get as many points as possible.
Yeah, that's the signal from their turn coach sitting right in front of the announcer's vantage point here. So Zombabe, 4 points in hand on a second scoring pass. Blockers reorganizing in turns 3 and 4. Zombabe into the pack. And jam is called. 3 more points for Zombabe.
So that's a
and
7-0.
they keep Illowa off the scoreboard in this jam. Got to take the small victories where you get them,
Oh, yeah.
7 points for Maryland.
In games like these, too, you really have to go jam by jam to see who's
Right.
winning each jam.
That's right. That's small. Like again, small victories.
Small victories. Derby is such a mental sport. So if you let yourself get caught up with the score, it's hard to make yourself keep pushing.
And Buyer's Remorse picking up lead status for Maryland. Jamming against Lady Gotcha. That's another new jammer for Team Illowa. Lady Gotcha contending with 3 Maryland blockers at the front. Buyer's Remorse on a scoring pass. Illowa setting up a tripod in the rear of the pack. Buyer's Remorse sidesteps that, bounces around, picks up 4 points.
Wonderful team offense there from Team Maryland. Quick, punchy, effective, got their jammer through. Awesome.
So
No notes.
Maryland wins another jam, 4-0.
They keep taking jams like this.
Hey,
It'll take them like
you never know.
20
Never know.
jams to catch up.
We may not have enough time for 20 jams, unfortunately, for Maryland, but
It's a mindset.
never know. Strange things have happened.
Strange things have happened.
General Chaos jamming against Tricky Pixie. Tricky Pixie wasting no time to pick up lead status for Team Illowa.
General Chaos, though, in hot pursuit again.
So Tricky Pixie calls the jam. No points for Maryland, 1 point for Team Illowa. Inching ever closer to that 200-point mark.
What do we do when they hit the double decades or double century mark? We stand up and we sit back down. Let's go.
That's right. Ice Hurt seems to be a likely candidate to bring us to the 200-point mark against Niels Gore of Team Maryland.
I'm getting ready to stretch my legs. Here we go.
Niels Gore, lead jammer for Maryland.
Here we go.
Ice Hurt in pursuit.
See if we can get another nice jammer takeover.
And Niels Gore calls the jam. 0-0 for both teams. 6 minutes remaining in the game.
My legs remain unstretched. I've been sitting down this whole time, waiting for Team Illowa to get over 200 points so I can stand up and then promptly sit back down.
Zombabe against Dauntless.
5 seconds has been called. In case you missed it.
Zombabe just spun right into the back of the Illowa pivot.
It was a wonderful spin, though.
Yeah. Dauntless picks up lead status for Team Illowa. And Dauntless will call the jam.
1 point for Team Illowa.
No points for Maryland.
199 to 64. Haven't crossed that double century mark yet. Let's see if Roxy Balboa can bring it home.
Roxy Balboa against Buyer's Remorse. Roxy Balboa is lead.
Quick lead.
Buyer's Remorse reattaching the helmet cover. Roxy Balboa through the pack for 4 points.
Guess what I'm about to do?
Stretch. There we go.
I'm sitting back down. 203 points for Team Illowa.
Buyer's Remorse on a scoring pass for Maryland. Roxy Balboa gets taken out at the entrance of turn 4, drawn back by Buyer's Remorse. A little bit of jammer engagement.
Buyer's Remorse taking beautiful advantage of an open inside line for their first scoring pass.
So 8 points for Team Illowa, 4 points for Maryland. They lead 207-64.
We got
Bringing
Shenanigan back.
against Tricky Pixie.
I think one of my favorite parts of tournaments like these is just that I get to see so many people play that I haven't seen before, which means that I get to hear a lot of new Derby names.
Yes.
Which is fun.
Tricky Pixie out. Lead jammer for Team Illowa. Shenanigan Skywalker. Jam is called. Shenanigan Skywalker able to pick up 1 point. No points for Team Illowa. And we have a team timeout taken by Maryland. I've found that one of the best ways to, like, ingratiate yourself with a skater is to say that you get the whatever, like, pop culture reference their name refers to.
Yes.
I mean, and if it's something kind of obscure, that's extra bonus points.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, my Derby name is Beef. No obscure pop culture reference there. It's just because my name's Elizabeth.
Okay.
And Beef is Elizabeth.
And we have a dance party between the jammer and pivot lines.
This is, again, one of my favorite things about Derby is I don't think that could happen in another sport.
No. I mean, I've seen it happen in, like, a WFTDA championship game. I mean,
Yeah.
what other sport would the championship, would there be a dance party on the playing surface
'Cause these
in
are
the middle of a championship game?
like high level teams, but the level of camaraderie within the between the teams in this sport is just top notch.
Well, I mean, I think it's true in a lot of amateur sports that
Yeah.
if you don't get along with your opposition in some level, you're not going to have any.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you're not fun to play with, no one wants to play with you.
Yeah. Nobody's paying you to do this. The
No.
industry is very small.
That's right.
We got to be friends with our
I mean, you
rivals.
you play a really hard fought game, and then you go have a drink. Everybody goes and has a drink
Yeah.
and some food afterwards. It's
the best.
yeah. Reminds me of the rugby teams in college. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
of course, they would just have a keg on the sidelines during the game.
You didn't even have to wait.
No.
I've heard that's how it was like in the early days of Derby too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we've
I
evolved.
mean, I've been around since 2010,
Okay.
and even then, it was still you had the bout, and then you had after parties, and then you
Mhm.
had after parties.
Yup. Yeah. That's kind of how it was in Spain, but the culture is just different. Like,
Yes. Yeah. So we had an official review in the midst of all this, taken by Team Maryland. I don't know if this appears they're actually trying to adjudicate something.
they are deliberating in there.
Yeah.
I wonder.
And
what
we
it
don't have the
could be.
People's Court theme music to play over
Yeah.
the top of this.
My first thought there was actually Law and Order. I was like, duh, duh. And I was like,
Dun
no,
dun.
not that one.
It could work.
It could work. Do we have any guesses as to why Team Maryland might have called an official review?
Well, it's definitely for something more than a clock stoppage. If
Yeah.
if they actually went to the referees and pleaded a case, I think the referees have reached their decision and relayed that to the bench staff for each team. And so they're going to, looks like they're going to the scoreboard operators first.
This is one of the times where I wish they had, like, in football when they do the reviews and the.
There have been times at WFT Day Plus we have had that.
Yeah.
Okay. So Illowa sought a track cut penalty on the Maryland Jammer in that previous jam. The referees did not see enough evidence to corroborate that claim, so Illowa loses their official review. And score stands at 2:11-65. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the game. Ice hurt with lead jammer status. And 8 points in hand for Team Illowa.
Those were 8 quick points by Ice Hurt.
I mean, in the space of time we needed to discuss that official review, Ice Hurt picked up 8 and now 12 points.
Yeah. I feel like I blinked and they had 12 more points.
Ice Hurt good at scoring points very quickly.
Yeah. And it's low key, too. Like,
Yeah.
in the way that they do it, like, they make it look so easy.
Right. I mean, there's really not much in the way of acrobatics or fireworks involved.
No. Ooh, a big
It's
swing
just-
and a miss there. 2 big swings and 2 big misses there. From number 74, who now has the star, and that is Foxy Comet.
Ice Hurt content to run this jam. 20 points in hand on a 6th scoring pass as we speak. And Ice Hurt calls the jam.
An interesting choice there with pack tactics there by Team Maryland, because we know Ice Hurt moves through the pack really, honestly, like seamlessly, I would say. And they were a very spread out pack, which made it a lot easier for Ice Hurt to move.
Team Illowa could have had something to do with that as well.
Yeah,
too.
they were playing some pretty strategic positioning there.
So we are less than 1 minute. We are less than 1 minute remaining in the game. This is likely the last jam. New jammer from Maryland, Bashanista, against Dauntless of Team Illowa. Dauntless picks up lead. 20 seconds left on the period clock, a minute 45 on the jam clock.
I don't know if you caught that. Bashanista just threw the star to the pivot, and then they threw it back.
Interesting. Apparently did not create a penalty situation as Bashanista is still on the track.
Bashanista's still on the track, and Bashanista is still the jammer.
Yes. Dauntless sees the period clock hit 0 and calls the jam. Bashanista able to collect 3 points from Maryland at the end of that. Our unofficial final stands as Team Illowa 233, Team Maryland 68. And Illowa will proceed to face the winner of Ohio and Michigan tomorrow at 3 p.m.
For those who are wondering, Ohio is ahead 138 to 111 over Team Michigan.
Okay.
For those watching at home.
So it looks like we've got our official final score. Teams are getting ready to do their handshake laps. This has been the last game of the day here on track number 2. I have been Biff Mix-a-Lot.
And I've been Beef.
And we will see you tomorrow for day number 2 of the 2025 edition of Skate Wars here in Lansing, Michigan.